Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all here with us today. And it's my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the launch of the Siena recommendations on contested histories and national minorities. Thank you again for joining us today. It's wonderful to see so many friends and partners of the HCNM, many of whom have accompanied us through the process that is culminating today with the launch of our 11th set of thematic guidelines and recommendations. My name is Eleonora Lotti, and I'm a head of section at the Office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities, and I'll be guiding you through today's event. Today's event, which brings together practitioners, experts, but also representatives of participating states, will examine principles, processes, and good practices in dealing with controversies over historical narratives and their tangible representation in public space and in the education system. Specific case studies in a number of policy areas will be examined in an attempt to showcase the practical applicability of the Siena recommendations for future use by decision makers and educators at the local, regional, and national levels. Today's event is organized in close cooperation with the University of Siena. We are really grateful for their partnership and support. Before we begin, I would like to inform you that today's discussion is being live streamed. We will start shortly with some introductory remarks, followed by two panel discussions, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. I would like to let you know that after each panel discussion, there'll be a brief opportunity to take questions from the audience, so feel free to do so. I also would like to acknowledge the fantastic weather that we are experiencing today, that also is coming with some heat. So, especially gentlemen, feel free to take your jackets off for the comfort of everyone in today's event. Now, it's my honor to give the floor to High Commissioner on National Minorities, Christoph Kamp, who will open the event. Dear High Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, it is with great pleasure that we launch the recommendations on contested histories and national minorities today. I don't know if you've seen it at the entrance or where we have it. This is our booklet. These recommendations are the result of a year-long process by successive High Commissioners based on observations, consultations, and expert contributions. They are an aspirational reference that provide guidance and options for policymakers to address issues involving contested histories while recognizing that every context is unique. And this is indeed, as Eleonora said, the 11th set of recommendations and guidelines published by my office, consolidating expertise on subjects relevant to my mandate of conflict prevention on national minority issues. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the municipality of Siena and also to the University of Siena for their generous hospitality as the location for this event. The choice of Siena as the titular home of these recommendations is in recognition of both the contributions of the university to our work on contested history and Siena's legacy as a place that reminds us that history is not merely inherited, but continually shared and interpreted across generations. I would also like to acknowledge the many scholars, practitioners, policymakers, and representatives of civil society whose expertise and commitment have contributed to the development of the recommendations. I especially note the extensive expertise and tireless efforts of Marie-Louise Janssen. And I'm also grateful to former High Commissioner Lamberto Zanier, who initiated this area of research during his tenure and has remained active in the development of this document. History is not merely about the past. Although exploring and analyzing historical facts is a task for professional historians, the impact of history and the way historical events are memorialized and represented is closely related to identity. The way societies remember, interpret, teach, and learn history profoundly shapes the present and influences the future. Collective memories can affect who belongs, whose experiences matter, and how communities understand their place within the state and the wider region. And when historical narratives lead to exclusion, they can deepen divisions, fuel mistrust, and contribute to instability. When approached responsibly, however, history can be a source of dialogue, resilience, and reconciliation. Ensuring that a shared history is represented in an inclusive manner is therefore one of the ways we can prevent and address tensions within our increasingly diverse societies, as well as between states. Across the OSCE area and beyond, many communities continue to live with the legacy of wars, forced displacement, political repression, discrimination, and intercommunal violence. Different groups may remember the same historical period in different ways. What one community celebrates, another may lament. What one group regards as a triumph, another may associate with suffering or exclusion. This is especially so for national minorities, for whom these experiences can reinforce feelings of marginalization and mistrust. There's a risk that different interpretations of the same events can become a new source of tension and conflict. The question is therefore not whether historical interpretations will differ, but how societies can manage those differences constructively. When an individual can remember history the way they want and can express their interpretations freely, differing interpretations of the past can be articulated, examined, and debated in a peaceful manner. If they cannot, there is a risk of entrenching grievances and undermining trust in public institutions. Open and pluralistic debate about history is not a threat to social cohesion. On the contrary, it is a precondition for it. This is not to say that all accounts of the past deserve equal credibility, but that it is important for states to foster an environment in which society across academia, education, and public debate can pursue the most accurate account of the past possible, grounded in evidence. At the same time, according to international law, states have a duty to take immediate and positive measures to address propaganda that promotes discrimination, hatred, and violence. However, while societies may legitimately debate the meaning and significance of historical events, facts established through rigorous scholarship should not be reduced to a matter of political negotiation, nor surrendered to disinformation. In particular, the recommendations clearly underscore that the events judged by international courts and tribunals to constitute genocide or crimes against humanity must not be presented in any way that could facilitate their denial. It follows that the acknowledgement of atrocity cannot be selective or contingent on political expediency, nor can one crime ever serve to justify or relativize another. This brings me to the first of several points I would like to highlight from the Siena recommendations. Acknowledging documented historical realities is not only a matter of scholarly integrity, it is also a matter of human dignity. Historical debates can sometimes become focused on competing political narratives, while overlooking the experiences of individuals and communities. Respecting those who have suffered requires acknowledging suffering wherever it occurred and regardless of the identity of those affected. It means listening to survivors and their descendants. It means preserving historical evidence and protecting spaces for remembrance. Most essentially, recognizing the suffering of one group should never require denying the suffering of another. Indeed, empathy becomes possible when societies acknowledge that different communities can each carry historical traumas. This approach can help shift discussions away from zero-sum narratives of collective innocence and collective blame. The second point that I would like to highlight is the principle of inclusivity. Processes aimed at addressing contested histories should involve those whose histories are being discussed, including the diversity of voices within a national minority community. When decisions about memorialization, education, public symbols, or commemorative practices are made without meaningful consultations with affected communities, this may unintentionally reinforce grievances and perceptions of marginalization. Effective participation of national minority communities help ensure that diverse experiences are acknowledged and that decisions enjoy broader legitimacy and ownership. Inclusive processes also encourage dialogue across communities. They create spaces where individuals can encounter perspectives differently from their own and where complex historical realities can be discussed openly and respectfully. Importantly, participation should not be understood as a one-time consultation. It should be an ongoing commitment to engagement, transparency, and trust building. The third point is that contested histories often extend beyond national borders and boundaries. Historical events and narratives often affect multiple communities living in different states or regions. Hence, narratives developed in one place can influence minority communities in another. Commemorations, textbooks, monuments, and public statements may have cross-border implications. For this reason, addressing contested histories requires responsible interstate relations that reflect this reality. Constructive dialogue between states can contribute to preventing historical disputes from becoming political disputes. In this context, it is important to avoid instrumentalizing history for political purposes or using historical grievances to generate tensions with their neighbors. When states support scholarly cooperation, facilitate access to archives, encourage academic exchanges, and promote joint historical initiatives, where appropriate, this can create opportunities to explore complex historical issues in a spirit of mutual respect, non-interference, and friendly relations for the sake of stability and security. As is the case for national discussions on historical interpretations, interstate cooperation does not require agreement on every interpretation of the past. Rather, it requires recognition that multiple perspectives may coexist and that disagreements should be managed through constructive endeavors rather than confrontation. The fourth point I will highlight from the Siena recommendations is the importance of education. Schools play a particularly formative role in shaping how future generations understand history. Education can either perpetuate stereotypes and divisions or cultivate critical thinking, empathy, and democratic citizenship. History education is essential in equipping students with the skills necessary to examine evidence, evaluate sources, understand context, and engage with differing interpretations. It is an opportunity for students to learn that historical inquiry is a process of investigation and reflection. Effective educational methodologies encourage multiple perspectives, where students encounter different experiences and viewpoints, including those of minorities and marginalized groups, whose voices have often been absent from traditional historical narratives. This strengthens social cohesion. Citizens who understand complexity are better equipped to resist manipulation, misinformation, hatred, and discrimination. They are also more likely to engage constructively with those who hold different views. Teachers deserve particular support in this regard. Addressing sensitive historical issues in the classroom can be challenging. Educators need appropriate training, resources, and institutional backing to facilitate difficult conversation in a balanced and professional manner. In this regard, I would like to acknowledge and also congratulate this year's Max van der Stoel Award winner, the Education for the 21st Century, which helps young people in Serbia and across the Western Balkans to understand the complexity of identity in a multicultural society and how this is reflected in historical narratives and memory. We are very fortunate to have the director of this organization here today as an expert panelist, Lidija Županić-Žuića. The final point I would like to highlight from the Siena recommendation is the specific issue concerning public monuments and memorials. Monuments and memorials play a subtle but important role in public life. They are not merely objects, but also messages about whose stories are valued, whose sacrifices are remembered, and whose place in society is recognized. Because of this symbolic importance, monuments often become focal points of controversy in societies grappling with difficult histories. Some communities may regard a monument as an important part of their identity, while others may experience it as a symbol of exclusion, oppression, or historical injustice. In reflection of these sensitivities, changes to public monuments, memorials, and commemorative spaces benefit from transparent, inclusive, and participatory processes. When authorities engage affected communities, consult experts, and carefully consider the potential impact on social cohesion, the decision-making process can strengthen rather than weaken the bonds that hold society together. It can bring to light the many options that exist. For example, in some cases, contextualization, such as artistic additions or repurposing, may be more constructive than destruction or removal. Each situation is different, and approaches are context-specific. What is essential is that decisions are guided by dialogue rather than polarization, by evidence rather than political expediency, and by a commitment to inclusion rather than exclusion. Colleagues, friends, creating conditions in which diverse communities can coexist peacefully despite differing memories and interpretation requires inclusive participation. It requires respect for diverse experiences and interpretation. It requires responsible relations between states. It requires educational methodologies that foster critical thinking and multiple perspectives. And it requires thoughtful approaches to monuments, memorials, and public remembrance. When societies create space for multiple voices, they reduce the risk that historical grievances devolve towards conflict. When individuals feel that their experiences are recognized and respected, trust becomes possible. And when history is approached as a subject for dialogue, it can contribute to reconciliation rather than division. The past cannot be changed, but the ways in which we engage with it remains within our control. And by engaging with history thoughtfully, we can strengthen mutual understanding, human dignity, and lasting peace. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear High Commissioner. The next two speakers will join us through a video address. So it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Roberto Di Pietra, Rector of the University of Siena, and Mr. Andrea Cascone, Permanent Representative of Italy to the OSCE.
Good morning. Just to apologize about my absence today. Unfortunately, I cannot be in presence opening the conference organized here at the Rectorate building in the Aula Magna. Unfortunately, I cannot be there here because I'm in another conference abroad. But I want to address and give my welcome address to the conference because of its importance. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, has started to work over the decades on a very relevant issue that is about the national minorities. There is a need to change the narratives about the history and about the different perspectives on history, and trying to cover the topic in order to protect the national minorities. It is relevant to me the fact that over the decades huge work has been done in order to develop some recommendations and guidelines. This is important because not in all the cases it is possible to cover an issue with hard rules. It is also important to address some historical troubles, historical issues through soft rules. And the recommendations and guidelines are the right tool in the hands of the regulators. So I'm particularly proud that these recommendations, these 10 recommendations and guidelines can try to address a problem, can try to address the narratives, the historical narratives about the national minorities, and that fact that these recommendations and guidelines are called Siena recommendations. So we are part, in a way or another, we are part of this process, of this path, and the University of Siena is hosting this important conference in order to go ahead with the signature of these Siena recommendations. I thank my good colleagues Gerlini, Professor Gerlini, Matteo Gerlini, in order to be part of this process and to host with the department, its department, this conference here in Siena, in the University of Siena. And I'm sure that this is a starting point to, give an emphasis on this issue through the Siena recommendations. I hope that you will enjoy your stay here in Siena, here in our university, in order to discuss about these relevant issues, these relevant problems, these relevant arguments, in order to find a way to, set the historical narratives in the right light.
Dear High Commissioner on National Minorities, dear Professor Borghesi, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and an honor to address you on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Italian Republic on this important occasion. From the outset, I would like to thank the University of Siena for the warm hospitality and for the fruitful cooperation established over the years with the Office of the High Commissioner on the topic of contested histories, as well as with the Italian Permanent Mission at the OSCE. We are proud to work hand in hand with one of Europe's oldest universities with the aim at fostering a deeper knowledge and a better understanding of the work of the OSCE in key areas for our continent's security, such as conflict prevention. Today's presentation of the Siena Recommendation on Contested Histories and National Minorities is both a point of arrival and a point of departure. It is a point of arrival because it marks the completion of a work started years ago by the High Commissioner on National Minorities, Ambassador Lamberto Zanier, who is participating to our discussion today, and who I sincerely thank for his outstanding service in leading the OSCE institutions and Italian diplomacy. Along this journey, HCNM has collected valuable contributions and experiences based on concrete practices, including through the high-level activities such as the symposium held in Siena in October last year. But this is not just the end of the journey, rather the start of a new one, no less challenging and complex. As High Commissioner Camp has underlined, this recommendation aims at offering to the participating states a useful tool under the form of a range of options on how to manage contestations in a manner that eases tensions in society and prevents their escalation into conflict. It is now up to us, the participating states, to make the best use of these recommendations with the support of HCNM's office. We warmly commend High Commissioner Camp and his capable team for the work carried out and for their dedication. HCNM is a unique asset inside the OSCE tool. Thanks to the silent diplomacy, it supports participating states in managing minorities-related issues. Europe history demonstrates how crucial this work is for peace and stability in our continent. Today's geopolitical landscape calls on all of us to upholding the Helsinki principles and the OSCE commitments. We are deeply concerned by the continuing instrumentalization of minority issues accompanied by nationalist or escalatory rhetoric, as High Commissioner Camp highlighted in his report to the Permanent Council a few weeks ago. We call on all participating states to refrain from such an inflammatory attitude and to make full use of HCNM support and the OSCE tools in addressing minority issues. Italy's commitment to the Helsinki principles and to the OSCE remains steadfast. We fully stand by HCNM and will continue to provide maximum support to his mandate. We're proud that after the Bolzano recommendations on national minorities in interstate relations, another city in Italy, Siena, is honored today to join its name to a key OSCE document. In concluding, I would like to thank once again the organizers for the excellent work, and I wish all of you a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Simone Borghesi from the University of Siena. He is Delegate of Director for International Relations. The floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Simone Borghesi. I'm the Vice Director for International Relations. And I am particularly glad to give you a warm welcome to our university. Warm in all respects today, I would say. I think that the topic we are going to discuss these days is particularly timely, and that we are in the right place. Yesterday, with Lamberto at dinner, we were saying, well, Tuscany is the right place. Let me tell you a little joke that reinforces this, and that shows that this is true. Not only Tuscany, Siena in particular. My wife is from Florence, and we still discuss about the Battle of Montaperti. So after 8 centuries, there is a contested memory, a contested history in the family. And as you know, Siena is the town of the Contradas. So we are divided into 17 different views and different stories. So some of my best friends are from the opponent Contrada. And we make fun of each other, seeing history from a different perspective. But this is a joyful way of having contested histories, a joyful dynamic that shape our community, our identity. Unfortunately, the contested histories around us are not joyful. They do shape the communities, but we live in gloomy periods. So more than ever, I think it's important to discuss these problems. Someone might think, okay, this is not the right time, maybe the right place, Siena, but not the right time because of everything that is happening around us. But I believe that it's exactly the right time. Exactly in this moment, we need to discuss this and create a new path for the future. The University of Siena is committed through education to overcome these problems, if not solve. Probably solve would be too much, but certainly give its own contribution. Dialogue, respect, peace are the pillars of our activity and the pillars that we try to convey to our students. I myself am experiencing the difficulties of contested histories. I recently funded a new association on the Mediterranean, and you know how difficult the dialogue is in the Mediterranean, how many contested histories exist in the Mediterranean. But at the same time, I noticed that when someone launches this idea, then there is immediately the enthusiasm, the interest, the desire for dialogue. So that's why we should keep it going. I'm super thankful to all of you for being here, to having Siena in the name of these important recommendations, and I say it not only as a vice rector of the University of Siena, but also as a signee myself. And I'm extremely grateful to Professor Gerlini for his precious work. And also, let me mention this, for the BIP, the Blended Intensive Program that he launched with the University of Skopje and Belgrade, that is shaping our future in Siena and the future of our students in all universities around the world. I think it's an intensive effort. That's why it's called like that. It is, when you taste it, you know how much work goes with it. But I think it's something that is going to stay in the memories of our students, creating collaborations among them. And in the end, everything we do it for the future generations. So thank you all for your presence here, and thank you all for your contribution.
Thank you very much, Professor Borghesi. And now we have reached our coffee break. We would like to ask you to join us downstairs in the courtyard where coffee and refreshments are going to be served. and we'll be reconvening here at 10:30 to continue with our discussions and our first panel. Thank you very much and enjoy your break. Hi. Colleagues, can we start? I invite you to take your seats again. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break and you could continue with some more informal discussions. We will now continue with the next session on our agenda with a panel discussion on leadership in conflict prevention, addressing contested histories as a path to reducing tensions. This session will explore how disputes over historical narratives can deepen divisions within and between communities, and how inclusive, multi-perspective approaches to the past have proven to be powerful tools for preventing or reducing tensions. I am pleased to welcome three esteemed panelists on stage. Mr. Lamberto Zanier, former OSCE Secretary General and former OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, and the High Commissioner who inspired us to start working on this topic. Mrs. Monica McWilliams, co-founder of the Northern Ireland Women's Coalition and negotiator and signatory to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Mr. Tim Cole, chair of the Bristol History Commission and professor of social history at the University of Bristol. The discussion will be moderated by Mr. Bob Dane, director of the Klingendal Institute, but also a dear ex-colleague who has played a leading role in this project. It is now my pleasure to invite our moderator and panelists to join us on stage. Please join me in welcoming them.
Basic moderator mistake 101, turn on the microphone. Good morning, everybody. Dear High Commissioner, dear guests, so thank you for organizing this launch, and of course my gratitude also to the University of City. But most of all, congratulations on getting this done. Because I had the privilege as a senior advisor to the High Commissioner and later as a head of section to be involved in the beginning. And let me assure you, I am now a think tanker, and in think tanks we produce dozens of documents every year with dozens of recommendations. The Office of the High Commissioner does this very rarely. This is an exceptional document that took an exceptional amount of effort and courage to get this done. So also for the audiences online, do take the opportunity of delving into it, because I know a little bit from behind the scenes how much time and effort people spent to get this right. Because what a difficult topic did we pick all those years ago. This was a topic that many people told us, this can't be done. This is too sensitive. This is none of your business. This will go badly wrong. And in fact, when all of these statues and street names and other things started to pop up across the OSCE area, this topic actually started to prove itself. But it was High Commissioner Lamberto Zanier who gave us the mandate and as staff to start looking into these topics. And I was one of those who was allowed to do it, and it was literally everywhere. I was working on South Serbia when the mayor wanted to build a controversial monument in the town of Preševo, and the Minister of Interior wanted to send the gendarmes to take it down. In the United States, in Charlottesville, heated debates around statues that actually led to local clashes. In the city of Bristol, where Tim Cole worked, people even threw a statue in a river. In my own region, where I'm from in the Netherlands, in Hoorn, heated debates and demonstrations around the statue of Jan Pieterszoon Koen. In Kazakhstan, where we went, heated debates about place names, history curricula. This was all over. But it took a particular style of courage to say, this will be the next topic that we want to work on for the Office of the High Commissioner, because only 11 have been made in slightly over 24 years. And that's why I wanted to start with you, High Commissioner Lamberto Zanier at the time, now Ambassador Zanier. You have such a distinguished career in multilateralism, in security, in all kinds of things from arms control to conflict prevention. What led you to say, this is the topic that I now feel this office needs to work on, and to take that bold step to start it? Excellency, you have the floor.
Well, a quick answer would be that you at the time really encouraged me to start looking into this. But I had, last night, Commissioner Camp was, in his speech over dinner, was referring to conflict prevention and post-conflict rehabilitation as environments where you really see these factors at play very much, and where you can feel that you can make a difference by addressing these issues. And that was also my background. I remember, well before my jobs in the OSCE, at least these bigger ones, I was head of UNMIK in Kosovo. And the Secretary General of the UN at the time asked me to carry out a negotiation between Pristina and Belgrade to create conditions for the European Union to come in with a rule of law mission. Which I did over 6 months. It was a very controversial process. There were big fights with everybody. But one thing I vividly remember was that both in Belgrade, where I had regular meetings with President Tadic at the time and the Patriarch of the Serbian Orthodox Church, as well as in Pristina, where I was meeting with the authorities, the president of the provisional institutions of self-government, as they were called at the time. And in all of these meetings, I kept getting history lessons. And I was surprised, and how far back they went. The Kosovars were referring to the time of the Roman Empire and the original inhabitants of this region. And then these guys came from outside and started building monasteries. And the Serbs instead referred to Kosovo as the cradle of the Serbian Orthodox Church and the heroic battle of Kosovo against the Ottomans and all this. And so they were selecting pages, and from there, the whole interpretation, selecting pages of history that they would in a way corroborate their own lines and their own positions on the current issues. So that really left me thinking. I tried to get rid of history as much as I could in my negotiations. At the end, we got there with that. But I took with me this lesson, and then I found in my later jobs as a Secretary General, I found this repeated everywhere. And one of the things I saw is that as the geopolitical confrontation, the temperature of geopolitical confrontation was rising, then these issues became increasingly politicized and became hostage, if you want, of the overall environment. So I saw that dealing with issues that have to do with, integration of the society, trying to promote integration of the society, etc., was clashing against the narratives that were emerging, that were narratives of, how can I say, imposing something, especially in the case of countries that were deriving from the dissolution of the former Yugoslavia, of the former Soviet Union, that has to strengthen their own identity as new nations. They were trying also to impose narratives that were sort of national narratives, and you had to conform to that, otherwise you wouldn't be, a loyal subject of those countries. And this was really having an impact on relations with minority groups. So I saw this in a country as diverse as Ukraine at the time, and we discussed this with Ukrainian authorities. That it was a very sensitive issue, difficult discussion to have. And this, in the Balkans, not only Kosovo, but Bosnia, for instance, and the issue of history in the schools, these schools on the same roof, multiple schools. In fact, as High Commissioner, I remember we gave the award, the Max van der Stoel Award, to young students from a place in central Bosnia called Jajce, because they resisted the creation of one of these schools and they wanted to study together with their friends, no matter what ethnicity, and forcing everybody also to somehow unify historical narratives and bring society back together the way it should have been. But there are rare examples, and what I witnessed was this increase in division. And now today, with the sudden, how can I say, development of this, how can I say, global disorder and the power politics dominating it, we see even more attention and interest for these issues. So this is a time when we really need to use more and to invest more in multilateralism to try to keep these issues on the agenda and to address them. If there were no High Commissioner office working on these things, I don't think anybody could have at the intergovernmental level managed to put together a document like the one we are officially presenting, or you are officially presenting today. So I think this is a very important result, and I think we should also start thinking how to use it to promote the principles contained in it, because they are, as it was pointed out repeatedly this morning, increasingly relevant in this messy world we find ourselves in.
Thank you, but of course also this was very difficult. Could you maybe share, and then we move to the other two colleagues, because all three of the panelists have shown real leadership in trying to do this. And you've tried to show leadership in raising these sensitive issues with governments as a multilateral organization. And very often, I suppose, you would get critical remarks saying it's none of your business. So our national narrative is our own. It's part of our sovereign right to identify ourselves the way we want to. Who are you as an international diplomat to come and tell me what to do with my history books? How does a diplomat handle this type of things that are so emotionally charged and so close to national identity or ethnic identity?
Well, it's not easy, but you need to talk to everybody, and you need to engage with governments, you need to engage with parliaments. The overall atmosphere, however, affects the impact of what you do. I give you an example in Latvia, the famous Victory Monument in Riga. I remember sitting down with the Latvians, both at the governmental level and in parliament, and bringing the example of the Victory Monument in Bolzano, and how it was reshaped and how it became something different from what it was originally, but in a way that doesn't affect the relations between the communities anymore, but in fact brings them together in a positive manner. And so we were also showing of that. But as relations in the former Soviet space, let's call it still this way, worsened, especially in Ukraine, this affected attitude. So while there was this discussion and consideration was given, there were debates, the increased polarization, if you want, on the side makes it much more difficult to make a difference and to try to produce and suggestions on that can be done to keep relations between communities. This is just to say that to operate in an environment that allows you to make a difference. And sometimes, and in these moments especially, this is very difficult.
Yeah, and to choose the moment. This is also a good bridge. I'd like to move Monica McWilliams, somebody who's shown extensive leadership in all kinds of roles dealing with the most sensitive in Northern Ireland, also worldwide, because you've shared your experience widely. You have the privilege of being both a practitioner and an academic, so you've written about the same processes that you also then influenced when you actually sat at the negotiation table when the Good Friday Agreement was being negotiated. Could you share with us a couple of your main takeaways? Because that history, that region is so much steeped in dark history and contested histories that must have come into the process at all the times. How did you handle that? And how did you manage to show that leadership? Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I think when I was thinking about this, I thought about the Straits of Hormuz, and I thought the Straits of contested histories, and the Straits of memorialization. And thank you for that introduction, because I'm thinking of a ratio. You change the name of the story, and the story is about you. And everything that you've just said was the story about us. We'd lived through 30 years of conflict, majority-minority. It's good we don't talk like that anymore. Actually, we talked, when I was at the table, about enemies, terrorists, criminals, gangsters. Who was at the table? And this is why I love your principles and the recommendations. It's normally these processes are very exclusive. They're not inclusive. And so when we heard that the peace talks were to be declared exactly 30 years ago, and exactly 30 years ago last week, I entered the peace talks. We were the only 2 women at the table. There were 10 parties, each had 2 or 3 delegates. How did we get there? Well, we decided this process has to be inclusive. And we came from civil society. Does that make a difference? It made a difference in that normally you just have the armed groups and the constitutional parties. And most of them are talking about the past. And when you talked, I sat for the first year listening to contested histories. And nobody had one narrative, but they believed in the certainty of their own narrative. We were called the WC, the Women's Coalition, but they thought it was what you write on a toilet, WC. And I said, by the time this is over, we'll flush away your certainties. Because there were so many different narratives, multiple narratives. But if you come out of a very violent conflict in which the people around the table, including myself, had lost loved ones, you're going to contest how they did this and the harm that was caused. So actually for that first year, we needed to vent and listen. And there were a couple of moments when relationships and feelings, as you've just said, Bob, are everything. Not just the substantive issues or widening the agenda, which we did in the Women's Coalition. It was us who put those issues of reconciliation on the table, along with integrated education, shared housing, how we would remember the past. And that's the preamble to our agreement. But we actually, and I wish I had to go back to the table, we didn't actually say how we would do it. But we did establish commissions. And I sat on many of those, and I still am on one for paramilitaries. And one of the recommendations is to have a day of reflection. And I've been saying that as a recommendation for 10 years. It's now seeping in, and it'll be on Sunday, June 21st. Why June 21st? We couldn't find a day of the year when someone hadn't been killed. And it's the longest day of the year. And it's a day of symbolic mourning, a day of exchange, but it's not an anesthetic, which is the complaint about the Oklahoma bombing memorial, that it's taken out of context. What we do is also call out to the people who still have to bring forward information retrieval, or what we need to know about the truth. But also, we've come a long way. And in the time that's given here, I can only speak. I have prepared a paper, which you can be sent out. And I prepared some images, because it's hard to talk about this without the images. So one of the commissions, Michelle can show this.
Maybe we can share this one, because it's a very powerful image.
So there are many. But on the day that after we signed the agreement, we took, beside the building, we were asked to plant some seeds. And that's the trees. I had a hard time finding the location of where my tree was, because nobody had ever written anything about what we had done. Mainly because there was such a diversity of opinion, because we had the spoilers, the anti-agreement people planting trees, along with the pro-agreement people. One brought his dog, actually, to pee, put urine on the tree of one of the others and said, I hope that tree will shrivel and die, like the man who's just planted it. Well, some of the trees did shrivel and die because they weren't nurtured. And my tree is still there. It's a rowan tree, which interestingly was the name of my son. And on the 25th anniversary, I stood up and said, has anybody been back to those trees? Because they're sturdy. Like our peace agreement, it was hard to make. It could have been easy to break, but some are still standing and some are not. And so that gave me the idea of how do we get through this? These were, when I entered the Parliament, all I could see was the poppy, the Remembrance Day symbol. We will remember them. But there was the minority, who are now actually no longer a minority, of Republicans, who wanted the Easter lily. They physically fought. And I got caught in the middle often with my ankles getting kicked, whether it should be the poppy or the lily at different times of the year. Now it's taken as accepted. You can symbolize the poppy, you can symbolize the lily. They actually wear them on the lapels, so everybody unfortunately knows which believes in what. But at least there's a recognition, what's talked about, mutual recognition and accommodation. The most important thing I thought of when I went back, we had the centennials of our history. Some go back 800 years, but in 2021 we had the 100th anniversary of partition of the island of Ireland. We also had the 100th anniversary of the Easter Rising in 1916. We had the 100th anniversary of the Parliament being established. When I was in that Parliament and I looked at the walls, all I saw was the insignias, the portraits of one side. And on the centennial, and it was amazing how the historians did this. They went into the archives and they found the portraits of the people who had been elected but had never gone on the walls from the Republican side. They hadn't taken their seats because they wouldn't swear an oath to the Queen. Their pictures are now on the walls. So along with the generals and the soldiers of the wars, there are now these former Republicans who later became the President of Ireland, and I'm standing there going, is this the Parliament I entered 30 years ago? Is this the same place? And so what I want to end on is the pedagogy of memorialization. The children come from the schools now, and I stand quietly in the corner listening to what the teachers are saying. And they're saying, here are the people who came here, and here are the other people who came here, and they sat down. And it was the speaker. So I'll tell you, it was an interesting process. And so concluding on this, I would say, you have to design an inclusive process. Who's at the table? Who's not? If you're going to create something that will get a sufficiency of consensus, how do you get the agenda widened to include this issue? And it was much later. It's only today that we're dealing with these issues of memorialization. I wish we had dealt with it at the time. Yeah. But time is everything, as you said. Patience, perseverance, persistence. So we're getting there. And that's an example of how we've got there. Yeah. We had to reform the police as part of the agreement. And on that symbol, and I never thought, as one of the people who had reached the agreement, signed the agreement, that we would actually get an agreement on the new uniform, on the new emblem, on the new insignia. What is on that emblem? You probably can't see it. It's 6 symbols. Politicians agreed this.
That's impressive.
They sat around the table, people who had been enemies, who'd killed each other, and they agreed on this. So on it, instead of just the crown, which would have been on the old one, they have the harp, the shamrock, the scales of justice, the torch. There are 6 of them altogether. So it's inclusive. Yeah. It represents what the police service is going to do. It used to be called a police force. Yeah. Note the difference in language, note the difference in the symbols and the insignia. And the police officers today are proud to wear this. And they're now recruiting from communities that they had never recruited from before. Yeah. So there are some good stories. I mean, it's precarious progress, Bob. You take a step forward with the issues of anti-immigration riots and all of the kind of, I call it artificial information, not artificial intelligence. You can go backwards, but my message is to sustain and maintain what we have done and hold on to it.
I really appreciate how you share this with us. I had the honor of traveling through the island of Ireland last week, and I never would have thought it would have been possible to have the harp and the crown in one symbol. And there's so much more dark history to explore, the famine and Cromwell, and you could go on forever, I suppose. But you said something yesterday to me that really sort of struck home, because we were discussing how you reach an agreement, and I came up with this cliché remark that everybody has to be equally unhappy for it to work. And you told me, no, actually, it's not. Could you and then we go to Professor Kohl, of course, but could you say why you disagreed with that statement? Because it was really important to me at that time.
Because everybody goes away unhappy. And that's not a good place to be if you're trying to do conflict. Conflict rehabilitation, I think that's a brilliant term. I mean, I spent most of my time dealing with disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration of prisoners. I wish I had have added another R, which was rehabilitation or reconstruction. Because if people go away angry and unhappy, you won't actually get a sufficiency of consensus. And it takes time to reach consensus. And you were telling me that where you worked, it was almost impossible. But then I thought about it last night, and I thought, maybe one day you will get there, and you will go back, and you will go back, and you will go back. And it took us some time to get where we are. But I wouldn't say we're all happy, but you don't, as one of my women colleagues said, I don't have to make love to these people. I just have to work with them.
And live side by side. No, thank you for those reflections, and Professor Kohl, also thank you for your patience, because we wanted to explore these questions. And you've been in the front line of one of those cases in the city of Bristol, where you had the We Are Bristol History Commission, and the things that the High Commissioner's Office writes about in the recommendations to have an inclusive process, a deliberative process, all these beautiful words, participatory process. You've actually had to do that. And could you share with us, I mean, the emotions in the city of Bristol were running extremely high at the time. You share some lessons with us from your experience as chairing the History Commission. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm really struck by the idea of the participatory process. I think that's... Thank you. Yeah, I was really struck by in here the reference to participatory processes, because I think that was critical for what we were doing in Bristol. Just to give you a little context on that, I guess Bristol's a story of a failed attempt and then hopefully a more successful attempt. So it's kind of a classic situation, like you mentioned in Horn, of across Western Europe, statues of those involved in transatlantic enslavement or involved in colonialism become increasingly contested in the late 20th century, early 21st century. In particular, in contexts where you've got larger migrant communities, many of whom have a heritage of, coming from enslaved backgrounds, enslaved relatives. And so that's the story in Bristol. And what I think was striking is that the first attempt to deal with the statue was to create an alternative text, an alternative plaque, which is something that you see across Europe, I think, a kind of contextualization. So they often use the term retain and explain. So keep the statue, but let's put a new text. And on the Colson statue of a man centrally involved in the slave trade, as well as a philanthropist, it termed him Bristol's most virtuous son, so the city's most virtuous son, so a statue of someone with virtues. And there was an attempt to try and create a counter-narrative through a text. But I think where that failed was it was very much a top-down process. So it was a sort of more classic situation where you get a very small history commission, a number of academics, I wasn't part of that, but a number of academics who work with a number of stakeholders, key stakeholders, to write a text, and it takes a long time to write a shared text. And the trouble is that the shared text was so compromised that it was rejected. And it had been created essentially in a committee room by a very small number of people. And I think this raised tensions to the point, where the statue was removed. In a sense, people got bored, I think, with a process that was not inclusive. And so I think when we got involved, it was about actually how could we do a much more inclusive process. And so what we did was we reached out and in the end had a conversation involving 14,000 people, so the largest consultation ever in the city, engaging people across the city. And one thing that we worked incredibly hard on was to ensure that this was a representative sample of the city, so that we reached out to every neighborhood in the city, the poorest neighborhoods as well as the richest neighborhoods. And critically, we reached out to the youngest voices as well as the oldest voices, so that we were able to get the views of teenagers, because this is and not just about the past, it's about the voices of those whose city this is now, but will increasingly be their city in the next decade or 2 decades, as well as also a range of minority voices within the city. So it was really important that we had a very participatory approach. And I think there's challenges to that because it takes a long time and it takes a lot of work, but it felt to me like a really important job because I think the decisions that you take, the recommendations you make after speaking to that many people in the city carry a weight because people see a process that's been fair and transparent. And I think just the second thing I was struck about this, I think often we talk a lot about consultation. I think what we tried to do was to try and have a conversation. So I think the danger is a consultation is often I come and I give you my opinion and then I walk away. And actually what we wanted was a sense that actually I come and give my opinion, but I listen to the opinion of someone else who differs from me. And then I think about what am I going to do with that. And so we created a space within the City Museum. So we co-curated with the museum curators a temporary display of the statue. And above the statue, we had a rolling conversation, which was drawn upon the kind of emails that have come into the museum and the sort of messages of people. But we really created the museum as a kind of democratic space where conversations could take place. And one of the things, and this is, the statue is now in permanent display in the museum. And I think one of the things that in some ways I think I'm most proud of is that the museum and the statue has become a place for conversations that matter. And I think that's one challenge is like, where do we create public spaces, like third spaces where we can have difficult conversations, where people can come together who have different ideas and different heritages and different understandings of the past and actually be challenged by someone else's voice and engage in a sort of respectful conversation. And I think that was really important, was to utilize the museum as a kind of democratic space. So museums as not just kind of places that tell you the past in an authoritative kind of way, but enable conversation in much more dynamic and critical kinds of ways. And I think that was really critical in the case of Bristol. So kind of a slow conversation as well as a sort of participatory consultation process.
No, thank you. And also in Bristol, the emotions ran so high that I when we were studying the case, I was actually wondering, why is this happening? And why do people care so passionately now about this statue? Isn't the underlying, and I know it's researchers shouldn't ask closed questions like isn't, right? But isn't it also just a case of people wanting to know whose city this is? Or almost who's the boss here? Who gets to decide if the statue stays or goes? That it's not so much anymore about the historical figure, but just that has become, I think the High Commissioner called it in his opening remarks, the focal point. But there's an underlying grievance. What was the underlying grievance in Bristol that the emotions could run so high?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right that statues are, in a sense, they're kind of a silly thing, aren't they? Because it's just a bit of bronze on a bit of marble, or a street name is just a name on a street. And, you know, classically, I guess in some ways, statues are things that you walk past and never look at, aren't they, often in cities? But I think they represent something much bigger. And in Bristol, I think it represented a sense of whose city is this? And in particular, I think, you know, one thing that you came through in the consultation and conversation, and I think this was actually really important for people to hear, was the voices of, say, a young black Bristolian who said, you know, every morning on my way to school, I have to walk past this statue, and you don't know what it feels like, or let me tell you what it feels like to be a young black kid who walks past this statue every day, and whether I feel welcome or not welcome. Like, what's it like to be a black kid where there's a statue of a slave trader sitting in the center of the city on your way to school, and the city's doing nothing about it? You know, like, how welcome do you feel? And so I think that was one of the things that you found as people talked about the statue, is that there was so much more to that. You know, that in a sense, the statue represents, I think, whether you feel welcome and safe in a place, whether public space feels like it belongs to your public or another kind of public, and that's where they matter. Although, you know, I think one thing in Bristol, if the statue was toppled in the context of Black Lives Matter protests as well, so there's kind of a global movement, and I think, you know, one thing that's important about Black Lives Matter is that, in a sense, it's a movement that says, racism is not just a problem of the past, racism is also a problem of the present. And I think that's one thing in the city that's been important, and I think the mayor's really led on this, the former mayor Marvin Rees, was to say symbols matter, but actually material conditions also matter. So, you know, a conversation about symbols has to also become a conversation about educational opportunity, about housing, about health, about the disparity of life expectancy, which is 10 years in Bristol, from the richest to the poorest areas. Like, those kinds of things also matter enormously, you know, especially around minorities. Like, statues and symbols matter, but actually for minority communities, there's a lot of other things, like, will your kids get a job and a good education and be able to, you know, raise a family in decent housing? Like, that's also really important.
So if people are aggrieved about other things, like participation or their position in society, they are more likely to seize on a statue or a street name as their direct outlet for the grievance, but it's almost more a symptom than the cause. And I think it's also in the recommendation somewhere is the advice to participating states to not only focus on the symbols and the street names and try to resolve that, but to address these underlying grievances, which are of course much broader questions of integration of society and all of that. But then we are now coming to this question, how you resolve these tensions, how you go forward. Maybe then, Lamberto, if I may prompt you on this question of mutual accommodation. Diplomats very often come to the situation, side one wants this, the other side wants that, let's make a compromise, meet in the middle, and we do it like that. Does that work with these emotionally charged issues? For example, Monica has described how almost the emotions seem to be more important than the outcome, and Tim has described how the process seems to be more important. But at the end of the day, someone has to decide if the statue stays or goes. How do you think that the traditional negotiation methods that we have in the intergovernmental world can function on topics like this?
Well, I think the negotiator has a key role in all this. And unfortunately, the way I'm seeing now mediation and negotiations going, increasingly transactional and or the root causes of conflict to sort out things on a provisional basis without really addressing the things that will avoid the recurrence of a conflict in future. Plus mediators expecting rewards for themselves sometimes for so that's not the model we have in mind. It's the patient engagement with everybody. And in my view, it's also the abandonment a little bit of the old methodology of the quiet diplomacy. Now, I think in this kind of world with, social media and all that, you also need at some point to be visible, and your action needs to be perceived by all and seen by all. And you have to be seen as equally ready to listen to everybody and to talk to everybody. Something I saw myself, talking to governments and talking to minorities about whatever sort of issues, including the ones we are discussing today, is that everybody sees only its own perspective and its own rights. I have a right to... but then, if you look at the issue in a broader context, the issue of integration of society, this is a process that requires, how can I say, a balanced approach, where you have to recognize the expectations of everybody, and you have to help everybody acknowledge that expectation. And for that, you can't simply, touch and go. You need to spend time with everybody to make sure that you're seen talking to everybody and relay the messages. Then, of course, as we were saying earlier, you also need an environment where all is not too polarized. So today, this will be more difficult than it was, a few years ago in many of the places where we look at the OSCE, where we operate. And that's not only in terms of process on the ground, it's also in terms of inability of a space like the OSCE to serve as a space for dialogue among countries who have different visions, because this dialogue is not working anymore. And there isn't really dialogue, there is confrontation also at the political level. So this is creating an environment which makes it even more difficult for you to engage on the ground with the various constituencies. But that, to me, is the only way. And looking, and I think this is also important, the work that is done by the High Commissioner, but also by many of the organizations that the High Commissioner has been working with, that they collected good practices, models of things that work. So you can also look at the, sorry.
I'm confused.
you can look at a rich spectrum of examples of practices and see which one fits best the kind of situation you're addressing and propose to the sides models of this kind, explaining, etc. So it is this kind of patient work that needs to be done with attention and try to engage at all levels. Civil society, parliaments, governments, representatives of minority groups, the media in some cases. I remember, for instance, in Moldova, there was a big discussion about the language, the name of the language, or Moldovan or Romanian. What is it that we speak? And at some point in an interview to a newspaper, they asked me, what do you think they should call it, we should call it? And I said, look, I'm based in Austria. I come from Austria. In Austria speak German. But this doesn't mean that they are feeling that they are Germans because they speak German. They have their own history, their own identity and all that. So you shouldn't really emphasize this kind of issue. It's for you to define whether your language is distinct enough from Romanians to deserve a different name. But it should be more of a technical and not really a political issue.
It's also a solution sometimes to deal with something by not dealing with them. So I remember whenever we would go to Moldova, we would refer to it as the state language and just leave it at that. So sometimes we don't have to solve all the problems immediately, but there seems to be one problem that I'm not solving properly as a panel moderator. There was something going on. So if I think we're good for time, right? Otherwise you have to give me a sign that we have to end early. Should we swap the mics? Oh, speak into the mic. Speak into them. I'll do my best. So the audiences online can also hear us very, very well. I have two more questions to the panelists, and then we'll open the floor for comments and questions from the audience. So be prepared if you want to ask questions. Now is your moment. We do have to think about how we do this logistically, because since it's live streamed, you do need a microphone before you can ask your question. Otherwise, the audiences can't hear it. But I had one more question for you, Monica, because also you've made an emphasis on inclusivity. And you've argued for a place for women at the table. Now, if you look at current negotiations ongoing, and I do because it's my job, I see the pictures and I see very few women, if at all, in any of the talks. Russia, Ukraine, Iran, United States. Not only that you wouldn't expect many women maybe on the Iranian side, but also not on the American side. Please hold up a mirror to us. You've done this for many years. Is there just some reason why men struggle more to agree on this stuff? And almost a quarter of a century after UN Security Council 1325, how come we're backtracking so much?
Yeah,
please help us.
I mean, I was involved in that resolution, but I think what you've said is really relevant also. The different ways that you come into negotiations and what you bring to the table, how you widen the agenda. Because if you only have the armed groups or an imposition of the narrative, you're not widening the agenda. And I was saying earlier this morning at breakfast, you do it from the bottom up, and that's where most of the women are working, as well as from the top. But how do you get those messages from the bottom up? And I was talking to Alexandra from South Tyrol. I was saying to her that we spent almost 2 years at the negotiating table, and I had never been to South Tyrol. And yet I felt I lived in the South Tyrol because it was talked about so often. But she was talking about the Equality Alliance. And when I came to the table, when our coalition came together, we had only 6 weeks to get from civil society into that room. We had to get elected. And I'm making the point of your recommendations. We set some principles. Keep them simple. Women, keep them simple. We didn't have time to go, and start a big manifesto. We had human rights, equality, and inclusion. And I would have loved to have had the recommendations on my table the day I walked in. But I would have said, keep it simple, because there's quite a lot of preamble in your principles.
And a lot of explanatory note too.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, and I can understand why the OSCE would have that preamble, because you're working in so many contexts. But for somebody like me who was going in with a bunch of others, I would have said, and we were also facilitating, which is what women do when they go to the table. I had to remind myself every day I was a negotiator, but I was also facilitating and mediating. And I thought, it'll make me a stronger negotiator if I know where you're coming from, and I know where you're coming from. And everybody had a set of wants. I want this, I want that. But in the end, we said, what do you need? And that was the mutual recognition that we eventually got to. I wasn't sure we were ever going to reach that agreement on Good Friday. In fact, it was only in the last 3 days that we were finally getting there after 2 years. But I think it's really important that you do have some values and you do have some principles. And we had set them. I had to put up my hand and say, I agree these principles. It'll be interesting to see in future if we can use these and get some consensus around the future, because this is the future. We spend so much time dealing with our past. And actually, I'm going to give evidence next week at the House of Lords on the 8th of July to a scrutiny committee on a Supreme Court judgment that said we wrote the agreement to deal with the past, not to deal with the future. Well, I'm sorry to the judiciary and the Supreme Court. We wrote it also to deal with the future. There's a section on safeguards and human rights. What do women bring to the table? Well, we have been, when you talk about the pedagogy of the oppressed, Paulo Freire's book, yes, it was about liberation theology, but I identified with it as a woman because our voices weren't there. We were silenced, excluded. We kind of normalized it. But I'm worried now in that we got that resolution. We've got examples of where women are at the table, or they're in advisory. I spend a lot of time internationally building capacity on negotiations where women can get to the table. And one of them has. She's now the only woman in the Syrian transitional government, the only woman and the only Christian in a 23-member male Islamic, predominantly Islamic government, but she's there. So the point is I started with her 13 years ago, and look where she is now. So you have to have that vision, but you also have to keep driving it forward, to be inclusive, but to focus on equality and human rights. If the cause of the conflict was the lack of rights, it was the abuse of those rights, it was the lack of equality, it was discrimination, predominantly against minorities, but the binary, us and them, then how do you get out of that? And not only do you use the international standards, but you apply them to your own context. What would equality mean here? We use the term parity of esteem. If I'm giving you that esteem, I expect you to give it back. That was the word that was used this morning in the introduction to this event, which was respect. There's not much respect when people have killed each other. But when you eventually come through that table, and it was emotions, one of the leaders of the party asked another, which rebel, I guess, he would have been seen to him as, how did 10 men starve themselves to death in prison? The hunger strikers. Explain to me what ideology. And it was then that we began to see the humanity in the other. Like, that is a pretty strong thing. And then I thought, here's a moment. But that moment was lost. It had to be brought back again. And that's where the facilitation and the mediators come in. So the process is very different. But women, I think, I wouldn't like to say that we're essentially peace builders or peacemakers. But because of our own socialized experience, we bring that to the table, but we also bring extra value. There are pieces in that Good Friday Agreement that would never have been in it had women not been at the table. And that's well acknowledged. And it's on the section that's called Reconciliation and the Needs of Victims. Can you imagine coming out of a peace agreement, not addressing the needs of victims? But again, I say to you, who goes to the table? It's mostly the victim makers, not the victims. And so I wouldn't say that as women we're victims, we're survivors. And we do get to the table, then get whatever you have brought that made you get into that room, onto the agenda, into the agreement, and then afterwards make sure it's enforced.
And also, thank you for pointing out that importance of esteem and respect. And I think it's also what is underlying this principle of multi-perspectivity. Now, it's a difficult one, and I think Steven and colleagues will speak more about it in the later panels. But it's also the basic idea that you're entitled to your view of what happened, and I respect that. And you should respect my view of what happened. And that's often where it stops. People don't respect the other view.
But too much is talked about I want, as if it's like Santa Claus, a letter to Santa Claus.
A wish list, yes.
Wish list. Eventually we got down to the interests. what will make this agreement work? I've got to see what your interest is, and you've got to see the interest of the other party here.
Or the needs, actually.
And the needs. Yeah. It took us a long time to psychologically understand that. And there are not many psychologists inside the room. Though I do note the Iranians brought senior psychologists to Geneva to understand how they were going to sell the message. No. So they have a role to play. Yeah. So all I'm saying is we all come from different disciplines. But I said to you this morning, and I think this is great, and what I like about OSCE is that it's not just academics that need to be in these discussions, what you're mentioning in terms of participation. And as a woman, I say that over and over again. We bring our expertise, we bring our intelligence, but we also bring our experience. Yeah. And the experience I've had as a woman, how I've been harmed, sexual violence, the weaponization of rape, all of that, it's rarely at a negotiating table. So we bring different things to the table as women, but we also really have a focus on the future. And that's why I love the contested histories. Because I attended the Salzburg seminar just before we were signing the agreement, and I came back having learned so much at that seminar. So never forget these exchanges, because we bring the lessons from what you've done and from the countries. I came back from South Africa. Mandela locked us up for 3 days. What we brought back in 97, and we signed the agreement in 98, he said, you people have brought apartheid to South Africa. And he said, you don't know what your problem is. If you don't know what your problem is, you're not going to find the solution. He gave us so many lessons, and he said, I just want you to listen. Not to do what we did, but to listen to how we did it. And I came back, and I now say it was 3 days that changed our lives. The IRA declared a ceasefire 3 days later. I went to see them, showed them the rules of procedure, and they entered the peace talks. And they stayed, and they signed the agreement. So these exchanges where you learn from others. How did your transition work? What were your interests? How did you get there with all of the issues that South Africa had to work with? And then bring it back.
That's actually a good role that multilateral organizations can play. They can facilitate this exchange that you argue for. They can bring people from different contexts to the table. And maybe this topic of contested histories is actually a very well-positioned topic for that, because it's happening literally everywhere. Like everywhere. Just to give you a very small anecdote, and Mr. Vice Rector, I know that you approve that I do this now because I checked it with you in advance. For those of you in the back, you can't see it, but we're literally sitting under a Mussolini quote in the ceiling. And later on, I'll take the bus from the Piazza Gramsci. So Gramsci was jailed, I think, 100 years exactly from this date by Mussolini. The multi-perspectivity is literally around us in the building. It's literally above us. And I find this fascinating. If you bridge this idea that every conflict is unique and therefore I cannot learn anything from everybody else, I only have my own problems, then you're not going to get out of it, I think. And what you said about the experiences that you learned elsewhere that you brought back into the process, and how you then continue to export your experience to other processes, I think this is something multilateral organizations can really do. But I have one last question to you, the very patient Professor Carl Tim, if you permit me, because you were solving a very local problem in the city. You were dealing with the city council, people from Bristol, but there was also a national government around, and you were also constrained by national laws and regulations on how these things should be happen. And in your own research, you also looked very much at the unique situation of the Holocaust, where of course there's specific laws prescribing certain things. Share with us a couple of thoughts on what the role that you feel national governments and national laws have to play. Would they be an enabling factor, a restricting factor? How do you see them?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really great question, because local contexts always operate within the national and the international. And that can be both enabling or hindering. And I think in the UK context, and you see this a little bit as well within the United States, within the context of states primarily, increasingly also federal, is that often there's a kind of intervention from the top to limit any kinds of progressive change within locality, and you get battles essentially between the local and the national. And this played out within the UK, where at the time the then Conservative government was very strong on that all statues should stay, all memorials should stay, which gave no room in local contexts for negotiation or for these kinds of processes to take place. And I think what you found within the UK was essentially the lack of any democratic processes to renegotiate public space, because from the national context there was a decision made to set everything literally in stone, which in a sense sets the values of the late 19th century in stone, in public space, in cities that have changed. Because post-45, Britain is a very different country. And Bristol has a very large Afro-Caribbean population that came to work in the city in the post-45 period. And surely there needs to be a change to public space to acknowledge and recognise that. And I think that was one of the things we were very conscious of in Bristol. When I wrote the report, I wrote a report that was partly for the city, because I really felt like this was a chance for the city to hear each other's voices. So I very much played the role of facilitator. It was interesting. I went in not as a historical, I mean, you know, I'm a historian who works on contested heritage and memory in part, but my role was to be a facilitator, to really enable voices to be heard. But I also wrote a report that could go to the desk of a minister in Westminster and pass muster and not have national intervention into what was happening in the locality. And I think there is a need probably in these contexts for devolution, of devolution of decision-making to those who inhabit the spaces. One thing that I always felt, you know, the mayor in the city very much wanted me to run this as an independent commission that was not influenced by his politics. But the thing he always wanted, and I think he was right to do this, was to insist that this decision should be made locally, that it should be people who live and work in the city who make decisions about the spaces where they live and work, that shouldn't be done from a desk in Westminster, but should actually be done much more on the streets of the city. And I think he was really right to do that. And I always felt like I had his back on that actually we could have a serious conversation in a city where something could be done by a city. And in some ways, I think one of the frustrations in Bristol, and in a sense why things became more violent, was because there wasn't really a national context that enabled more negotiated redesigns of urban space and navigating memorials. And I think that, to me, is one of the kind of critical things that we need, is national leadership that says, actually, symbolic space matters, and we trust local communities to do this in kind of thoughtful ways.
But also, I mean, if you say national leadership matters, of course, national politicians will be quite tempted to fall for this easy approach of catering to the majority constituency, which gets them votes, right? But there's also another problem at work that we were struggling with when we were writing this, and that's the critique that you may want to advocate for multi-perspectivity, but not all perspectives are equally valid. And sometimes national governments regulate or even prescribe or prohibit certain narratives. The Holocaust in the Netherlands, for example, being a case in point. How do you look at this? Should the national government, you know, set these boundaries, or should they leave as much space as possible to the local level?
Yeah, I mean, I thought a lot about that, because some of the, you know, when we had a conversation with the city, some of the things that people said I found racist. So I would say, you know, are kind of unashamedly racist. But I actually felt like those were important voices to hear. It felt important that those voices were articulated and people heard those voices, that actually, you know, there's a set of opinions within the city that are racist and hostile towards certain parts of the city's population, and the statue is a lightning rod for that. Actually, let's bring those voices into public space, and as a city have a conversation about what we do about that. So in a sense, I felt it was very important not to suppress any voices. I think the multi-perspectival question, I think, is really important. I think one just quick example of when we did the final permanent display of the statue, it felt really important to me that we respected the voices of minorities who didn't want to see the statue again. So 80% of the city said, let's have it in a museum, it can be contextualized, you know, this is what we want. 12% said we want it back on the plinth because this was an act of vandalism. And in a sense, our city is being changed by outsiders. And 4% said, I don't want to see this statue again, I wish it had stayed in the harbour. Like even a museum reifies it. And so one thing, in some ways, when we were thinking about the way we displayed the statue, was I really wanted everyone in the city to be able to go into the city museum and to choose if they saw the statue or didn't see the statue. Like, I didn't want it to be in anyone's face, because here was a sizable minority who saw this as the worst day in Bristol's history, as a shame upon the city, or who felt like a statue in a museum is just as problematic as a statue in the street. And so I think we really tried to take all of those views into consideration when we undertook the display, so that this was a kind of genuinely co-curated display with the city. The sense that this wasn't about the victory of one view and the failure of the others, but a kind of respect, a mutual respect. And that's where I think the conversation was so important. You know, we talked about respect, that actually, you know, to be able to articulate views and to hear views and to respect views, you know, as long as they're not views that cause violence, then I think there's a place for them. So we've tried to integrate that into the display.
Okay, so for you, the limit really was views that incite hatred or call to violence. That's where you think the state and the authorities should draw the line.
Yeah.
But within that broader range of vision, even views that others would find highly troubling, you would say bring them out because they are there.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. No, thank you very much for sharing that. Okay, audience, you've been very patient, and the recommendations have multiple uses, as Monica showed. You can also use them to alleviate the heat a little bit. I'd like to open the floor for questions. Please also, as a good practice says, try to direct it to a member of the panel. You don't necessarily have to, but it helps us. And if you could identify yourself when you ask the question, that helps. Whom could I give the floor to first? That's even better for moderators without And someone does have to be the first. It's a heavy duty. Not all at once. Yes, I see a question over there. I just keep staring uncomfortably into the audience. It doesn't. Sure. Floor.
Thank you so much. Velo Peta, European Center for Minority Issues. I guess I will break the silence. With nothing perhaps too profound to say either, but I'll try. Only just to reflect, I mean, we've spoken mostly about monuments, of course, and there's other aspects of it, of the recommendations themselves in relation to teaching and history, and we'll address that perhaps later. But in regards to the monuments aspect, I'm really struck by this duality that on the one hand we say that monuments can reflect, as you did, Professor Cole, about people's identities, and if you go past that, you were asking yourself constantly, am I a part of this community if this monument there is celebrating something? And on the other hand, we lessen the significance, because then we say, well, actually, it's a signal of other deeper issues, maybe socioeconomic, maybe others, or political participation fundamentally. So I'm struck between this link to identity, which is a central element of it, but also it may just be a symptom, as you said, of broader things. So there's really a lot of depth to what it is, and I think the recommendations have really captured all of those. So well done.
No, and thank you for that. And of course, they are not mutually exclusive. I think often policymakers make the mistake of thinking, we fix the underlying grievance and then they won't be upset about the identity issue. But actually, the identity may very well be the grievance. The fact that it's under threat or that one side is trying to impose a particular view on another side might be the actual grievance. But then maybe the underlying problem is the power dynamics at play, that the community that gets overruled doesn't have any way of redress or anything. But actually, I don't want to moderate and the microphone back to Tim, but because you mentioned this duality between grievance, underlying problems, and symptoms. Do you have any other views that you could share?
Yeah, one thing that I think we chose to do with the final display of the statue was to have a kind of openness that, in a sense, says this isn't a kind of closed story, because I think there can be sometimes a sense that, you know, we change a street name and then that's the end of the matter, or we get rid of a statue and that's the end of the matter. Sometimes the symbolic is challenging enough to deal with, but we can deal with the symbolic, and then that's the end. And so what we intentionally did was had a kind of openness within the display, which in a sense invites people in the city to think about, no, this is maybe also a beginning, which, you know, I think again, like Monica was talking about, this isn't just about the past, it's always about the present and the future, that anything about histories and identities is not just about the past, but it's also about what kind of future do we want to build together. And so I think that was very much the invitation, was that this is the beginning of an opportunity to build a different kind of city, that is one that is inclusive, for all participants. And so that was something we were really conscious of, because I think there's sometimes a tendency, you see this across the United States as well, and this came out in the consultation. Sometimes there's a tendency, people talked in a very kind of teleological way sometimes about progress. So look how far Bristol has come. Like, we've got rid of the statue of a slave trader. This is a kind of demonstration of how progressive a city we are. Or in the United States, I think sometimes it's boosterism from the local economy, which sees like this is slightly embarrassing to have a statue up in the city. It's like it's awkward because we're now much more progressive, multicultural cities, and so let's just get rid of this to show our credentials. And I think that then is a kind of closure. It's like we get rid of these old, embarrassing symbols as a kind of closure. To show that we've become much more progressive societies. And the danger, I think, then is it stops or hinders the kind of future-facing work of really thinking about how we can build much more inclusive, and progressive societies.
Yeah. Just one point I wanted to make, which was an element of frustration also as I was High Commissioner, and that's related to the fact that societies are changing, and they are changing fast, and they're becoming more diverse. So this, how can I say, distinction that is very clear in the mandate of the High Commissioner between the national minorities and, how can I say, everybody else, is increasingly artificial. Because we deal with issues that have to do with trying to make societies better integrated. And sometimes we're very selective in saying, in this case, we can intervene, and the tool we have and the recommendations we have are there to be applied. But then we don't see how to apply them, or there is no mandate for the High Commissioner to apply them to situations where the label national minority is not present. But then they are, as equally relevant as they should be. So perhaps this should be an argument that participating states should look at, also look into, to try to expand a little bit the, how can I say, or to relook at the mandate, assuming that this were possible and that agreement could be found, but in fact it would be ideal to really look at the broader question of how the complexity of societies through policies like the ones that we're discussing today, and with this kind of, and this could be factored into also the activity of multilateral bodies that can promote this kind of models across the board. Thank you.
It's very interesting that we have cases that where probably the government, and especially that in London, would object at using the term national minority to the cases of Bristol and Northern Ireland. I think these would not be seen as classical national minorities in the sense of the Framework Convention or of the Council of Europe or other ways, but the principles apply. The principles of accommodation, inclusivity, to be empathic rather than enforcing one view on the other. So I think your point should, I agree with it, but I hope the participating states do too, that lessons that the High Commissioner's Office learns in different parts of the OSCE area can be applied to others, even though the strict terminology of national minorities might not apply. Thank you. I saw a hand going up. Sir, over there, you have the floor.
Patrick Leach, I represent Atrium, which works on the legacy of totalitarian regime. Cultural. Sorry, it doesn't seem to be working. My question is something different, really. I'm just wondering whether, in your experience, the panel experience in negotiation, whether it can also be useful to create different spaces, less contested spaces. I'm just thinking perhaps about musical competitions or sport as a place which are not immediately political or ideological and can serve as a sort of way to put people on the same, in the same safe space, and whether that can be useful in negotiation. Thanks.
Yeah. It's a very interesting question. Monica, if you could reflect on it. I would presume that football wouldn't be the first one to start in Northern Ireland to find a safe space, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's a very good point. It's one of the reasons why in our peace agreement we recommended a civic forum, because there are some topics that are too hot to handle, too hot to touch for the politicians. And sport was quite divisive in our context. Music is also quite divisive. Is there anything that's not divisive when you go into a war for 30 years? So yes, that's why we recommended a civic forum, because it was to be an advisory forum to the Parliamentary Assembly. And it was to discuss cultural, economic and social issues. It worked for 6 weeks, and then the politicians stood it down, saying it's surplus to requirement. We're here to make decisions now. These people from civic society, these artists, these sports people, this women's sector, this youth sector, we know all about them. We meet them at cocktail parties, or we meet them in the end of the evening at different things. What a daft thing to do when you're coming out of conflict. And the creativity, the curiosity that they bring to the table, which politicians who've been politicians all their lives have lost a lot of that. They don't start thinking outside the box. The best of what I've seen dealing with our transition in Northern Ireland has been on stage, through plays, through art, and they are the ones creating the difficult conversations. And we go away from those really reflecting on what we've just seen. Tim Phillips is here from Beyond Conflict in Boston, and he's worked a lot on this whole issue of the emotions and emotional intelligence and what creates bigotry and prejudice. And where does it come from? Not just physiologically, in the brain. And I think a lot of people in sport and music know about that. But do we, I call myself a retired politician and a retired professor, but those are the people I would definitely bring into these spaces. Now, could you bring them into a serious negotiation like that we're involved in? No, but you can create a pathway, a roadmap to get their ideas in, and it does broaden the agenda you were talking earlier. Because the agenda at negotiations can be very narrow, and that's my concern now about these big geopolitical negotiations. They're very narrow, and you'll go back and back and back again to broaden it, because you have not looked at the issues that sustain peace. No peace without women, no peace without music, no peace without sport.
Just to confirm what you said, when I was Secretary General in my last period, I tried to launch an initiative of concerts for peace. And they were multi-national, even multi-ethnic groups of musicians performing in various places in Southeast Europe. They went even as far as Kazakhstan. So there were a number of concerts that took place, but I got zero support from the countries, the members of the organization. They were not interested in it, which is very short-sighted in my view, because you really need to broaden the spectrum of issues you work on. And yeah, sports at some point could be one of these. I remember at some point when I was director of the CPC, I was dreaming about a regional football competition in Central Asia, because the relations between countries were so complicated at the time. And they turned it down, but I found zero support from anybody. Nobody really helped in trying to push agendas of this kind to improve regional cooperation, starting from something so concrete and then non-political in a way. But I think what we need is the kind of political leadership that unfortunately today we don't necessarily find so easily.
Yeah, just on broadening, I think one thing, and civic forums, one thing that was most surprising to me in this conversation with the city was we asked people not just what they thought, but also what they felt, so to invite people to talk about their emotions. And when we did that, we had some really great demographic data about everyone. What we found was a perfect alignment between age and how people felt about this, and that the biggest division within the city was not around ethnicity or around social class, but was about age. That younger people and older people felt very differently. And in a sense, one of the things we ultimately recommended to the city was not just, in a sense, the city asked us to talk about the statue. We went back to the city and said, so we've got a generational gap in the city. We've got a problem in the city where older and younger people don't have spaces to have conversations together. And that actually what you see is that ultimately there's these kind of fissures and divisions within the city between a new young in their 20s. And that's the thing that we need to have mechanisms to enable. In a sense, that hasn't happened because it's difficult to do that, but I think broadening, really critical start, but we...
Thanks, Tim. So actually, not only the ethnic lens or the political lens or the gender lens should be applied, but also the generational one, especially in things like that. And on sports, Monica, I had the pleasure of traveling through Ireland last week, but I'm Dutch, and our national color with football really is orange. And I was very much hoping the Dutch team wouldn't play, so I wouldn't have to wear any orange in Ireland, because sports can get quite heated if you pick the wrong color at the wrong moment. I have a question from Professor Palermo over there. Sir,
Hi.
you have the floor.
Francesco Palermo from Eurek Research. There are plenty of good examples, and some have been mentioned this morning, some will be mentioned in the afternoon. And generally, they all go back to acts of generosity, which is the main driver for positive minority policies, right? After all, if you don't start with some act of generosity, things cannot be put in motion. But my question to you would be, what I'm missing in a way in the discussion, in the recommendations, is some compulsory elements at the institutional level. What happens if, as we are unfortunately witnessing, institutions are captured by people who are not only not willing to be generous, but creating their consensus on their not being generous. So they will be losing their constituency if they act generously towards some whatever type of minority, political, religious, what have you. So is there a way, in your view, to force institutionally these acts of generosity and not just wait for them to happen in some positive way? Where do you see the entry point here? Because I'm missing it in a way.
Well, up until yesterday, I would have said there's no way you can institutionally force generosity. But then Monica enlightened me about how you dealt with the consensus question with the parties if they didn't adhere to the principle.
I don't think you can force it, but that's really important point. And there's not much generosity when it's a hateful situation, which I experienced most of the time at the negotiations. The people who had the violence of the tongue, who seem to be in the priority at the minute in terms of social media, can lead to the violence of the gun. And they do have to be challenged, and I like this booklet where it talks about dealing with historical legacy accurately. How are we going to do that? Accurately. Because we can see the polarization in the United States. I mean, whoever thought, and I was telling Tim this, all the years that I went to the White House, and we were going there to talk about how we resolved our polarization. And we didn't forget. We were actually living with those memories. Some were learning to forgive. I remember George Bush saying to me, "I'll never forgive those people from Afghanistan for what they did." And I said, "Mr. President, we wouldn't be standing in front of you today." I said, "We haven't forgotten, but we're learning how to come to terms with each other in what we have done, how we've hurt and harmed, and how we will not do that in the future." So I think it's about education. And this is what I love about this. It's showing you there is a different path, especially when you live in a segregated community like I did. But don't force it. What we did, and I don't have time, but I think I wrote a memoir about this. Haha, I'm getting to promote my memoir. It's called Stand Up and Speak Out, and it's exactly on that. And it's a very difficult place to be. I was insulted, I was humiliated. Every time I tried to challenge those who were doing what they were doing from a position of dominance, superiority, supremacy. And that's hard because people know your face and they know who you are, and it's easy if you're a woman, because it's easier to attack you or assault you. And when you have children, you're thinking about safety. And what we brought to that table was a sufficiency of consensus. And so we looked at South Africa, and what South Africa did was the number of tribes around the table. And we thought about, that's very interesting, a sufficiency of consensus. You can't exercise a veto because in any conflict you will get spoilers. And they are only at the table to spoil. And we said, okay, the two governments, British and Irish, who by proxy were working through either side, the parties at the table, and at least one big party from either side, which was the cross-community element. We brought in that it just could not be the two big parties from either side. You know the binary, Protestant or Catholic, nationalist or union, Russian or Ukrainian, in probably Ukraine's situation. Let it also be the small, and this is where you talked about it, the smaller parties around the table who have different representations. And so big parties had to work with the small parties to get to that sufficiency of consensus. And that really helped when one of those big parties really got into trouble from the spoilers. Because the small parties that had fought the war on their side in terms of we're defending our community, the paramilitaries, they walked in with that big party and said, we're loyal to them now because we're going to make this agreement work. And you can go on with your hate speech and you can go on with your driving us back to the past. But we now have a sufficiency of consensus. And that's how we didn't put up our hands at the table and vote as majority. We said, is there now a consensus here? So there's different ways of doing it. And equally with that police emblem, when we went to discuss this, I wasn't involved in the actual, but my friend, a woman, chaired it. Incredible, for 3 days and 3 nights. She used the preferendum rather than the referendum, which is you're not going to get your first option, which was the crown. You're not going to get yours, which is the harp or the shamrock. But we'll work down through this until we get a preference that everybody can concede to, not concede, give their consensus to. And so that's how she did it. And I'm actually thinking about that in terms of we're facing a constitutional referendum. If you were there last week, you will hear this discussion that the agreement we signed could be in danger. If we have it's all over Brexit, right? Brexit was damaging. It was an act of constitutional self-harm. And on the Commission for Paramilitaries, we went backwards in 2016, and I've been 10 years at it ever since, trying to get us back to where we were. So why am I telling you that? It was, if we come to a referendum on the unification of Ireland or to remain with Britain, should it be a preferendum rather than a referendum? But that's tough because in the agreement it's based on 50% plus 1. So the answer to that in my book is prepare, prepare, prepare. Did we do it for Brexit? We did not. We just said go out and vote. And people hadn't a clue what they were voting on. And so we're saying, right now start preparing because it's in the agreement and we should deliver what we promised. So one day there will be this, so start preparing. And maybe that's the only answer I can give you, is know who you're dealing with, try and introduce some accuracy, some facts into that discussion. I think it's shocking what I'm reading in the States about the cancelling of the education in the schools because it's telling, a kind of wider perspective, a broader lens. and they want to go back to the one-eyed view. Well, that just increases polarization, as we know. So it's back to this. It's back to values, principles, and how to apply them. And I would make this document one page for those people in, I shouldn't say this publicly, but Chatham House rules, for some of the political leaders who can't read beyond an A4 sheet of paper. Put that on one sheet.
Thank you for putting a Chatham House rule remark in a live stream to the party. I appreciate it, Monica. As a think tanker, I've become used to having to shorten, and that at some point you need to make an exclamation movie, and then you need to make a tweet of it, and then you basically. I think your last answer was really I would say powerful, and Francesco, I hope that you feel your question was sufficiently answered about the importance of generosity and the role of other parties in reaching sufficient consensus, because you had a way of sending out the people who misbehaved for 6 weeks, right? They had to then actually stay out of the process if they crossed the lines. And I think that was a very interesting lesson that you taught us. I think in the interest of time, I think I should start rounding up. And I could summarize this for a very long time, but I won't. I will just stick with the word time. Because I think that came back in all of your answers, that you have to choose the right moment. Sometimes these things do take time. Sometimes the emotions still run too high. Sometimes you need to wait. Sometimes there is a value in a slow, deliberative process, because it gives everybody a chance to take a breather and get out of the heat of the moment, which is also something that we should start doing. We should start getting out of the heat of this particular room as we close the session. I've learned from it, and I think it was an honor to panel with 3 people who've shown personal leadership. So I'd like to thank you all 3 for what you've done, Tim, in Bristol, so what you've done personally, Monica, in the Northern Ireland process, but many others, and for you, Ambassador Zanier, for also the leadership that you have shown. And I'd like to thank everybody in the room and ask for a round of applause for our panel. Thank you. Yes, and thank you for your questions. And I give the floor back to the Master of Ceremonies, to Eleonora.
You shared, and also I'm really grateful for the intervention from the audience, who really helped making this into an engaging discussion. We will now break for lunch. Lunch will be served downstairs in the same place where we served coffee, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock for our afternoon panel discussion. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch, and we are ready, I think, to start our afternoon session. Our item in the second panel discussion, the Siena recommendations in practice, contributing to the integration of diverse societies, which will examine how specific recommendations have been applied in practice and could be applied in other cases to support more inclusive societies. We are pleased to welcome our distinguished speakers, Alen Ćosić, National Program Officer from the OSCE Mission to Bosnia, Andrea Di Michele, a member of the Bolzano History Commission and Associate Professor at the Free University of Bolzano, Bolzan, Lidia Županić-Šuica, Director of Education for the 21st Century, and Steven Stegers, Executive Director of European Association of History Educators, Euroclio. The discussion will be moderated by Marie-Louise Jansen, Senior Advisor at IHJR Euroclio Project on Contested Histories, who will guide today's exchange and ensure an engaging and focused conversation. I would like to also acknowledge her role as the person who has really helped translate a series or a list of recommendations to something that is of a more articulated nature. And also she's been the engineer of the network of people who have helped us throughout the process and that is represented here today. It is now my pleasure to invite our moderator to the podium and our panelists on stage. Please join me in welcoming them.
Eleonora, thank you so very much. And thank you to the High Commissioner also for the invitation to come and moderate this panel. Before we begin with the panel, I'd like to take just a few moments to tell you a bit more about Contested Histories, the project that we've been working on together with the Institute for Historical Justice and Reconciliation, and our host partner, Euroclio, the European Association of History Educators. So, Contested Histories, I'd like to give you a brief overview of the genesis of the project and why I believe the Siena recommendations stand as a milestone in policymaking, in addressing contestations over physical representations of historical legacies in public spaces and in history education. When we began our research in 2016, we realized that although academics had worked on memory studies for over a century, there was at that time little work being conducted on contested legacies in public spaces. So often, controversies over these physical structures were driven by emotions, and decisions to address those disputes were taken on an ad hoc basis without a thorough understanding of the issues or of the responses that could result. Monuments were often left as is or removed, sometimes wantonly destroyed. There was nothing in the way of established principles or processes or practices. The choices seemed to be remove or maintain the status quo. Controversies at the time focused on Confederate statues in the United States, and there was some media attention on the Rhodes Must Fall movement in South Africa in 2015. This was a time when students and faculty at the University of Cape Town were calling for the removal of the Cecil Rhodes statue for the many injustices they were feeling and racism in South Africa. Rhodes was the 19th century British governor of what is now South Africa and an entrepreneur who exploited black labor in his diamond mines to amass an immense fortune. By 2016, RMF, Rhodes Must Fall, had spread to Oxford University, where Rhodes had studied and had endowed the prestigious academic Rhodes Fellowships. Soon thereafter, there were other calls for removing colonial-era monuments. Tim Cole discussed countering Colston this morning. As far as we could tell, the Rhodes Must Fall sparked the start of the first global protest movement over a monument in advance of the Black Lives Matter. In spring of 2016, we were approached by the warden of Rhodes House at Oxford about strategies for responding to calls for the removal of the Rhodes statue and even changing the name of the fellowships. Again, there was no real precedent or established principles or policies for dealing with contested monuments or place names. No clear set of remedies, no real working terminology, few if any resources available to decision makers or to history educators. More important, there was little research or analysis on the impact of these contested objects on the communities in which they were situated. Very little understanding of the reasons different groups, mainly minority groups, or those disenfranchised, were calling for statues to be toppled, names of public places to be changed. For these reasons, we decided to launch a study focusing on protests over physical objects in public spaces that were linked to events from the past. We were interested in understanding the social and political dynamics that allowed a monument, statue, or memorial to stand in a public space for decades, if not generations, then suddenly become a flashpoint for dispute. What were the triggers? Who were the drivers? What were the underlying social or political or economic causes? What were the mitigating responses? The long-term remedies? Were there any? And were the remedies effective? These queries led us to identify and catalog case studies from around the world. Just a few points to note. Yes, over the last decade, there was a proliferation of protests over Civil War monuments in the United States. And yes, we saw a great many incidents of disputes in Western Europe over colonial-era monuments and legacies. But what we had not expected was the wide range and geographic diversity beyond the United States and Europe. Africa, Asia, Australia, Latin America, the Caribbean, and remote places in between. 5 continents, actually. We had not expected that there was such a range of historical legacies beyond those dealing with enslavement and colonialism. Monuments linked to the complex past history of communism in Eastern Europe and former Soviet space, fascism in Western Europe and Latin America, gross human rights violations, sexual trafficking, and many others, with many of these legacies overlapping depending on the time frame. With the data we collected, we began filtering different variables to see if we could identify trends, commonalities, and lessons learned. And from the research, we can draw 5 important lessons. First, it's never just about the monument or the statue or the memorial. As the High Commissioner outlined in his remarks and in the introduction to the recommendations, tensions over historical legacies are indicative of deeper underlying issues within a society, be they social or political or cultural, even economic. I might add here that statues and monuments are by their very nature restricted in their ability to convey historical complexity and nuance. As static objects, statues cannot evolve with changing historical perceptions or social values. Consequently, these objects tend to represent simplistic, often one-sided, dominant historical narratives, and subsequently they can elicit strong emotions, and we spoke about this already in the previous panel, one of pride or conversely anger or shame. And in extreme cases become objects of conflict, as seen, for one example, in the figure of Christopher Columbus. For centuries, Columbus was recognized as the discoverer of the New World, heralded as a hero. More than 200 monuments were erected to him in North and Latin America and several in Spain and Italy. Over the last decades, people became more aware about the atrocities he perpetrated on the indigenous peoples on those islands where he landed. There were calls for toppling monuments and for renaming the Columbus Day celebrations, causing fierce debates in communities. In Australia and New Zealand, there were similar calls for toppling monuments to Captain Cook. And as Tim discussed this morning, protests over monuments to enslavers, such as Edward Colston, also divided communities. These monuments are meant to honor the historical figure. The pain and suffering they brought continue to fuel the injustice and racism present in multi-ethnic communities today. As the British historian David Olusoga has noted, stone and bronze are not the best means for conveying or preserving historical memory. They cannot reflect a nuanced viewpoint in the message they embody. Many of these, the second lesson, legal principles. Legal principles, memory laws, historic preservation laws, national, state, municipal laws, international conventions and treaties. Many of these have direct bearing on what authorities can and cannot do in addressing grievances over historical legacies. It is not coincidental that the first 7 principles of the Siena recommendations deal with accepted international legal norms dealing with contested histories. Point 3. Statues as catalysts. In cases where historical narratives become politicized, especially in countries with memory laws that prescribe or proscribe official historical narratives, monuments and other markers can become catalysts of conflict depending on the political aims of the group involved. Ambassador Camp also mentioned that this morning in his remarks. In these cases, independent mediators, bilateral history commissions, and other reconciliatory bodies such as the OSCE can be helpful in bringing key actors with differing viewpoints to the table. We will discuss a key example of this in the conversation with our first panelist, Alan Chochek, in a few moments. Chochek. Fourth, clearly articulated processes. In order to address tensions, there needs to be a clearly defined decision-making process respectful of accepted international legal norms. As stated in Recommendation 9 of the Siena recommendations, results are best when they are participatory, clear, and inclusive. And finally, remedies. It is clear that in tensions over monuments and names of streets, there are other options than destruction or status quo. This is also discussed in the Siena recommendations. Be they contextualization through placarding, the erection of a counter-monument, an artistic intervention that resignifies the meaning or relocation. We will see an example also with the case of Bolzano in the panel, in our next panel. What we've learned is that the process of selection needs to be clearly defined. At times, the action taken can often exacerbate the issue, so it needs to be carefully selected. Our own work at the Institute for Historical Justice and Reconciliation has been a work in progress these 10 years. It has been an iterative process with a series of institutional partners, primarily our wonderful host institution, Euroclio, as well as All Souls College at Oxford, the International Bar Association in London, Salzburg Global in Austria, the NGO Beyond Conflict in the US, and finally, and most significantly for the launch of the Siena recommendations, the OSCE Office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities in The Hague. I'd like to mention in particular our early work with Bob Dane, who from the very start, 8 years ago, saw merit in the project, especially from a security perspective. Bob came to a meeting we convened at the Conseil d'État in Paris, where he discussed policy implications for contested histories. And Bob was also instrumental in introducing us to Ambassador Zanier, who first proposed the idea of an online platform with case studies that include examples from around the world. Ambassador Zanier, I'm pleased to inform you that we are currently have identified almost 700 cases in over 130 countries, and we have now a digital map, thanks to our wonderful program director, Paula O'Donoghue. As Ambassador Camp mentioned, it was Ambassador Zanier's idea to formulate OSCE recommendations on this topic, with Bob penning the overall framework, and it's come a long way since 2018. We are all here today, of course, thanks to Ambassador Camp, who has not only recognized the value and importance of the draft recommendations, but has brought them to their final form. I also want to acknowledge the unwavering support of Jelena Nikolic, Natasha Sakota, Eleanor Lotti, and Michelle Perata. I really believe that the Siena recommendations are and will continue to be a landmark achievement. As far as I know, there are no other intergovernmental policy recommendations that address the issue of contested histories, both through internationally accepted legal principles and specific recommendations for policymakers dealing with public space and history education. And our panel is going to talk specifically about case studies that deal in the public space and history. Now I'd like to join the panel, so I'm going to move over here. And before beginning on the panel, I'd like to speak to you. Should I take a microphone? On. Hello? Yeah, okay. So I'd like to say something about the logic framework for this session. As mentioned, the Siena recommendations are divided into 3 sections: legal principles, general principles, then 2 dealing with practical issues of addressing contestations, 1 in public spaces and 1 in history education. For our panel, the High Commissioner has invited 2 practitioners with expertise in dealing with contested histories in the public space, and that's Alan Chochek and Andrea de Michel. And for history education, Lydia Suica and Stephen Stegers. So I'm going to start with Alan. Alan, hello. I'd like to begin with you and talk about a case study. So I'm going to have a series of questions for each of them to talk specifically about their cases and how these recommendations actually impact them. So we have now recommendation 4, which is up on the screen. It indicates that okay, Alan, I'd like to begin with you and talk about a case study that deals with lived memory with the visceral experience of human loss and suffering. You've been working on peace building and now in education in Bosnia-Herzegovina for the OSCE for a number of years. Certainly how historical narratives from different sides are addressed plays an important role in peacekeeping. Recommendation 4, up here, of the Siena recommendations indicate that, quote, representation of historical events and figures should foster a sense of belonging for as wide a spectrum of the population as possible. With that recommendation, I would like to discuss the case study of the Joint Civilian War Victims Monument in Sepcha. I think it's very clear that the conflict in the Balkans in the 90s still has many resonances decades later. You work in one of the most difficult areas where reconciliation among the three ethnic groups continued to be a work in progress. Despite the difficulties, you were instrumental in having representatives from all three groups work together on this memorial. Can you tell us a bit about the context when you began this work? How did that process begin, and how did the initial actors become engaged, and how were you able to initiate dialogue among them?
Thank you very much for the invitation, and it's a privilege to be here, really, and share a case from Bosnia and Herzegovina that speaks directly to the challenges of contested memories, inclusive remembrance, and possibility of gaining sense of belonging among different communities, the very much principles that lie at the heart of the Siena recommendation. To understand why the Žepče monument is significant, I think it's important to brief a bit about the context of the Žepče municipality. Žepče was a multi-ethnic municipality and a thriving trade center in the central Bosnia and Herzegovina before the war, where Bosniaks, three ethnicities, Bosniaks, Serbs, Croats, lived together, worked together, attended school together, and even married across ethnic lines at the time. During the 1992 war, military alliances shifted, and all three armies operating in the area, Army of Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, HVO, Croatian Defense Council, and the Army of Republic of Srpska, found themselves fighting one another at different stages of the conflict. So former neighbors, friends, and at times wartime allies during the first years of the war became enemies. The war in Žepče, in this multi-ethnic municipality, caused heavy military and civilian casualties and left almost practically every village and settlement in Žepče municipality affected by the war. Destruction, displacement, and trauma. Like much of the country, post-war period was marked by separate commemorations, parallel narratives, and different interpretations of the past, especially 92-95 period. In the center of Žepče, separate monuments and memorial rooms commemorate fallen soldiers from different sides of the conflict, Bosnian Army and HVO. Yet for over 2 decades after the war, there were no shared places where the suffering of all civilian victims could be recognized and acknowledged by all groups. What is important, however, I would mention that the monument and the process, dialogue process and trust building didn't begin with the monument idea itself. I think it began with the people. Around 25 years after the war, a group of civilian victims' families began discussing how they could improve their situation and ensure that civilian victims would not be forgotten. 2 individuals became especially important. Niko Širić, a Croat who lost his 12-year-old daughter during the war when she was executed in front of their family home in 1993, and Kenan Kahraman, Bosniak, who was seriously wounded in bombing of his family when he lost 3 family members and practically lost an arm himself. What struck me from the beginning is that these 2 individuals, despite carrying profound personal trauma, they chose cooperation rather than division. They approached me because of the OSCE's long-standing engagement in the region of Maglaj, Dobu, and Žepče, 3 municipalities that border with each other, and because the mission to BNH, OSCE mission to BNH had worked and been present in Žepče for many years through return processes, reconciliation initiatives, and education reform. One lesson you learn from trust building and reconciliation initiatives in BNH is that trust rarely emerges from discussions about trust. I would say that more often trust emerges from practical cooperation, and this was the case with the Žepče civilian war victims' families and the idea, the initiative to build a joint monument. I think what united members of the association was the lasting impact on the war on their lives. Many continued to carry deep personal trauma, as I said, while facing similar socio-economic challenges, where most of the 108 civilian victims' families and their relatives continue to experience economic hardship and have limited access to support programs, especially those offered by the state. Similar difficulties are faced by many disabled war veterans and other war-affected groups across the country. Consequently, the association's early discussions focused not only on remembrance and dealing with the past, but also how to improve everyday lives, their well-being of those actually most affected by the conflict. So before your question, you pointed out, well, before discussing monument, we were discussing, as I said, the needs of the families, livelihood support, community issues, and ways to improve their daily lives, the things that matter to families across ethnic lines. Through that cooperation, I would say relationships developed in the first year of following the establishment of the association. We spent time together, so not only in official meetings, but also in people's homes. We talked about families, children, economic challenges, and the future. Over time, people who had previously viewed one another primarily through the lens of wartime identities began seeing each other as fellow parents, neighbors, and citizens. For us, this was where the process truly began. People didn't build the trust in Žepče because they created a monument. I think they became capable of creating a joint monument because trust had already begun to emerge. Psychologically, and in a nutshell, I would say the turning point for the initiative was when the families began to recognize that their experiences of loss and grief were fundamentally similar. That recognition reduced distance and opened space for empathy, allowing the families to move from separate identities as victims towards a shared understanding of suffering in this municipality. Thank you.
So in recommendation 4 of the Siena recommendation, it states decision-making processes should be transparent and fully involve members of national minority communities to ensure their views are considered and reflected in the outcome. Now, in the decision-making about this particular monument, can you tell us what approach was taken to address questions such as whether there should be a monument, who should be involved in deciding what it should look like, and where it should be placed? Going back to the High Commissioner's recommendation, no? Okay. Going back to the High Commissioner's recommendation, would you describe this as a transparent process involving members of national minority communities? Were there any difficulties, and were different views considered?
Thank you. I think the process reflected many of the principles contained in the Siena recommendations. I would say that the initiative was not imposed neither by the municipality nor political parties, nor the OSCE mission at the time. It was, as I said, developed by the Civilian Victims Association itself, which brought together Croat, Bosniak, and Serb family members, and all major decisions were discussed within this very structure. I'd say, you mentioned if there were different views. Of course, especially in the beginning, there were different views. The topics touched upon whether a monument should be built at all, because many, especially the political background, which in Žepče is quite complex at the time, did not see the initiative that relevant for the political environment that existed in Žepče at that time. Then, what message it should convey? Many meetings, we spent hours over the topic of discussing what the insignia, what the inscription on the monument would involve. And of course, we were all, throughout the process, worried how would all different communities in Žepče react. But rather than trying to eliminate differences, I would say that the process focused on ensuring that there was as wide participation as possible to involve all the particular ethnic communities and minorities as well. One discussion I would say I remember especially well regarding the construction of the monument. Association members strongly felt that if the monument was to be built and was to promote recognition and belonging, it couldn't be hidden in a remote location. Many at the beginning had the idea, let's put it somewhere at the outskirts of town, so it doesn't hurt those groups, political groups or some other groups who were against it. However, we decided, the family members decided that it should be visible to the entire community. After the extensive discussions, the association members agreed that it should be located in the very center of Žepče, close to both primary and secondary school, as the idea was that future generations of Žepče should be able to see it, learn about it, and reflect on its message. So it's very close to both main primary and secondary school in Žepče. One thing is that only after reaching this agreement internally did the association with OSCE support approach municipal authorities. One moment, I think, was especially significant. At the stage when the families had already reached agreement in principle, we facilitated a meeting between the mayor, Croat, and municipal speaker, Bosniak, and the presidents of the two major political parties representing different political and ethnic constituencies, asking them for their opinion about the initiative. When I presented the initiative, their response was quite cautious. They didn't explicitly endorse it. Instead, they said that such a decision had to come from the families themselves. At first, it sounded hesitant. However, I think I came to understand it differently. Their message was that they would not impose the message, but neither that they would obstruct it. I think given the sensitivity of the issue, this was enough to move forward. Creating the space for local ownership in the end proved decisive to me. As the process continued, discussions expanded to include municipal authorities, religious leaders, and veterans, war veterans associations. The support of, I would say, war veterans was particularly important. Many soldiers themselves lost family members, suffered serious injuries, and carried the burden of wartime experience. Yet through my work with the OSCE, I have repeatedly found that war veterans can become some of the strongest partners in peace building and reconciliation. In Žepče, war veterans from the Croatian and Bosnian army, the very forces that had fought one another in the municipality, supported the initiative, surprisingly, from the very beginning. Their involvement helped reassure parts of the community that recognizing civilian suffering didn't diminish the sacrifice of own people and those made by the soldiers of both armies. As I said, not everyone embraced the initiative. Some remained cautious throughout the process. However, when people saw that it generally came from the victims' families and enjoyed support across communities, resistance gradually decreased. In my view, transparency was achieved because not everyone agreed, but because everyone had an opportunity to participate, express their opinion, and be with us together in these meetings throughout the negotiations. One lesson from this process is that the local ownership matters the most, matters more than perfect consensus among the parties. The most important decisions, as I said, didn't come from neither the political parties nor the OSCE, who kind of facilitated the process, came from the families themselves and surprisingly from the war veterans. So they were made by the people directly affected by the issue, and that is those who lost family members.
Yeah, and the politicians didn't stand in your way, which was very key. There was a will to let it happen. Now that's happened several years ago, and how is it in Žepče today? How is that memorial viewed, and has it changed the way people interact with each other, not just in Žepče, but in other cities and communities?
Well, I think that the greatest impact of the monument lies in the process itself, and that the message it created afterwards, not only for the Žepče municipality, but for the neighboring municipalities of Maglaj, which is a Bosniak majority municipality, and Republic of Srpska municipality of Dobu, 3 municipalities that meet each other and neighboring with each other across inter-entity borderline. So it had large impact in this triangle of these 3 municipalities, but also it was well heard across Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think the initiative demonstrated that people from different communities could cooperate on one of the most sensitive issues in Bosnia. And at the time, there were no such monuments in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I think the very unveiling ceremony in 2021 became a powerful symbol of this. The monument was, together with the families of the fallen victims, unveiled by Alice Noderito, at the time under General Secretary of the United Nations, Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide. The ceremony was attended by the head of mission, some 10 foreign ambassadors, and members of local communities, local political parties, all 3 religious leaders, local Muslim chief imam, Orthodox Serb priest, and Catholic priest, all 3 confessions present in Žepče municipality. However, somehow the unveiling of the ceremony was not the center of that day. In order to fully understand the significance of the monument and the horrors of the war and the suffering experienced during the war, I suggested to the civilian victims and the war veteran associations that the program of the unveiling ceremony could possibly include visits to the memorial rooms dedicated to the 2 armies that had fought one another during the conflict. The 2 former armies immediately jumped at the offer. They wanted their stories to be heard as well. These spaces in Žepče, which are 200 each other, contain photographs of over 800 killed Croatian Defense Army, Croatian Defense Council Army soldiers, and over 600 Bosnian Army soldiers. They are laid on the wall in both memorial rooms. Quite a striking picture. Also, the rooms contain wartime photographs, maps, videos, and testimonies describing the conflict from each other's perspective. For many political leaders, war veterans, problem with the mic. Okay. Religious leaders of all 3 communities and international representatives on that day entered both memorial rooms together. For many participants, for all of us practically, it was the first time we listened in such a setting to experiences, losses, and perspectives of those that had once been viewed primarily as the other side. What struck me, of course, was not agreement. Each war veteran association presented the chronology of war in Žepče from their own side, from their own perspective, and the other, the opposite side, which is the other army members, were listening carefully to the speeches delivered by the association members of HU and BIH Army. So nobody that day was asked, and before, during the discussions, their memories, or to change interpretation of history in Žepče. I think what mattered was the willingness of all us participating to acknowledge, to listen, to acknowledge one another's losses and recognize the human conflict in Žepče for all the communities. The impact, as you asked, I would say also extends beyond Žepče municipality. Many municipalities, even now, municipalities in BNH continue to struggle with divided commemorative practices. As a result, Žepče case is increasingly viewed as a practical example of how inclusive remembrance can be approached without requiring agreement on history. The monument has gradually become more than a place of remembrance. Civil society organizations use it as part of reconciliation and dialogue programs, while schools from different parts of the country bring students to Žepče to learn how communities can acknowledge different experiences of the past while building a shared future for Žepče and the region. In this way, the monument, I would say, not only serves as a memorial to civilian war victims, but also as a living educational space that promotes dialogue, mutual understanding, and a sense of belonging to the communities in Žepče municipality.
Hello. You answered my next question in that answer already about what other decision makers learn, but I'd like to jump now to a final question. The Žepče monument is really a remarkable example of inclusive remembrance. However, listening to your experience, it seems this initiative did not emerge in isolation. How does it fit with the broader trust building and reconciliation efforts that you have placed in the Magja, Žepče, and Dubja area over the years? Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, I believe it's an important question because the monument didn't emerge on its own. In many ways, in the Magla, Doboj, Žepče region, it was a piece of a much larger puzzle. In looking back over the past 2 decades of the OSCE reconciliation and trust-building work in that area, I realized that many of the initiatives that the OSCE mission to BNH that supported, whether in education or returnee support, war veterans dialogue, environmental cooperation, sports, or memorialization were ultimately addressing the same underlying question, and that is how do we help people who do not trust one another begin working together again? What is interesting is that people rarely started by discussing reconciliation itself. Instead, we started with practical cooperation that actually mattered to the people in these communities. So in education, for example, we supported the integration of previously divided schools in Žepče and Maglaj, so-called two schools under one roof, where we created opportunities for young people from different communities to learn, volunteer, perform music together, play sports together, and participate in extracurricular activities that we helped establish throughout the years. With returnee communities, and I would say especially Serb returnee communities, to Federation of BNH, Maglaj and Žepče, we focused on practical issues such as roads, schools, mobile signal in distant returnee communities which were missing at the time, or reconstruction of destroyed religious sites that improved people's daily lives and encouraged sustainable return of all three ethnicities in these municipalities. So we began also with practical cooperation when it comes to war veterans of the three armies that were deadliest enemies, as you would imagine. Over time, regular meetings that the OSCE helped establish between war veterans associations and their leaders from Maglaj, Bosnian Army, Žepče, Croatian Defense Council, and Doboj, Republic of Srpska Army. So the men who had fought directly one another throughout the war. Despite the history and their own interpretations of the war, we somehow enabled them to visit the front lines again, discuss different perspectives on wartime events, standing at the very bunkers and trenches that they were sitting on for 4 full years, visiting then one another's communities and helping their own returnees in the returnee settlements to get better inclusion in the communities where they have returned. So, and I would mention another very important initiative in Maglaj. It also refers to contested memorialization. It's a highly sensitive issue of contested memory in Maglaj, neighboring municipality to Žepče. 28 years after the war in Maglaj, a destroyed armored personnel carrier, APC, pretty much a tank, a war machine, from the war was erected as a wartime memorial near one of the largest Serb returnee areas in Federation. It was placed during the pre-election period and erected right in front of a Serb returnee village in this municipality. For some, it symbolized defense and sacrifice, while for others, it reinforced exclusion, pretty much, and presented intimidation for the Serb returnee community. Through dialogue and the process led by the OSCE mission to BNH, involving war veterans of both Serbian and Bosnian Army, returnees, municipal authorities, and community leaders, the APC was ultimately relocated to a more appropriate setting, 2 kilometers away from the main road where the Serb returnee population are no longer able to see it, and where it doesn't represent intimidation for them. What made the process itself was not the relocation of this war machine, but the fact that it was achieved through consultation and agreement rather than confrontation between the communities. In the Ozren region, it's a mountain between Maglaj and Doboj, which spans both entities and was once one of the fiercest front lines. The war veteran cooperation expanded even further, working together with the armed forces of BNH, which is now a single army, and with close support of the OSCE, veterans helped identify former minefield locations around this mountain by exchanging military minefield maps, contributing to demining of the Megara cave area, which is a nature gem of the Ozren mountain, and what had once been a frontline minefield and a buffer zone between two entities and two municipalities for 30 years after the war became a shared space for tourism, scientific research, and environmental cooperation between the former enemies' neighboring communities of Maglaj and Doboj. The documentaries that the OSCE mission helped made Maglaj War and Peace and Match Point illustrate, I would say, this process especially well. Maglaj War and Peace tells the story of 3 pre-war friends who became commanders of the 3 armies and later came together to recount their experiences and perspectives on the conflict in their hometown of Maglaj. The documentary sparked significant public dialogue across the region and was broadcast nationally, both in Bosnia, Serbia, and Croatia. And I would say it was the only war-themed documentary that we were able to play on national TVs. Both documentaries, I would say, tell the same story. They show that those who directly... the second documentary, Match Point, follows disabled war veterans from the Serb and Bosnian army from Magla and Doboj. Former enemies who now travel and compete in sitting volleyball sports together, including their joint visit to Vukovar, highly symbolic town in Croatia, where they were invited by the Croatian army war veterans from Vukovar, and where they organized a joint tournament in sitting volleyball together, and we were able to shoot a documentary about this. And I think this year will be aired by Sarajevo Film Festival as the biggest cultural event in the Balkans. I think for me this is precisely why the Žepče monument didn't emerge in isolation. And it wasn't the beginning of reconciliation. It was one visible expression of relationships that had already been rebuilt through years of practical cooperation and growing trust across these three multi-ethnic municipalities, which before the war had been closely interconnected through family ties, employment, education, trade, and everyday social life. And I would wrap up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I think you and Monica would have a lot in common to discuss because there are very many similarities also with the Northern Ireland case, I believe. And this whole idea of trust building and how you go about doing that is very, very illustrative. So thank you so very much. So now we had a specific case in Bosnia that looked at, again, inclusivity. And I'd like to turn now to Bolzano. Andrea de Michel, thank you for being here. You were very involved in the commission that needed to deal with the legacy of Mussolini up there in a very, very specific place where there were three different national minorities, or groups actually, from different backgrounds, so Germans and Italians and Ladin-speaking individuals. So my first question to you, and we have two recommendations that we wanted you to reflect about. One is about when contestations arise over historical symbols in public spaces, states should take action to calm tensions and initiate an inclusive, consultative, and participatory decision-making process. I mean, this recommendation would be relevant for very many of the case studies that we discussed. And the second one is about deciding on the fate of contested monuments, statues, memorials. Authorities should consider a range of recommendations, of options. So Andrea, the history of the Victory Monument is quite complex, right? It has been described as, quote, the first truly fascist monument. Our understanding is that the architect attempted to design an architectural symbol of the fascist soul. Now, whether or not you agree with that, I don't know. But can you tell us more about the context, when it was built, and how the meaning has evolved over time? Why was this monument, this Victory Monument, so contested? What meaning did it have for the German minority populations, by the Ladin-speaking community, by the Italians?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, first of all, but thank you also for this not easy question, but I think that it is an important starting point for to understand the history and the meaning of the monument, of the Victory Monument.
Yes.
Because
we have the image of the Victory Monument here, so you can describe that too.
Because the history of this monument is closely connected to the history of South Tyrol. South Tyrol became part of Italy after the First World War in 1919. And it was a consequence of the victory of the Italians' victory in the war, the defeat of Austro-Hungarian and the destruction of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The problem was that at the time, more than 19% of the population was German-speaking. And the large majority of this population did not identify with the Italian state and did not accept becoming part of Italy. And Italy tried immediately to enforce the Italian presence in this border region, especially with a great immigration from other of population from other Italian regions, and these particularly the fascist regime after 1922 launched a policy of forced Italianization. And the German language was forbidden in the public space. The administration was Italianized. German schools were closed. And the goal was to strengthen this Italian presence in this border region. It was an Italian region without Italian population. This was the problem. And to transform its identity. And architecture and public space became important tools in this process. And particularly this monument, the Victory Monument, was built between 1926 and 1928. Officially, it celebrated Italy's victory in the First World War. But it was never just a war memorial. And this is a general issue in Italy, because the most of First World War war memorials were built in the fascist era, and they are full of fascist symbols, of fascist inscriptions, and but they at the same time commemorate a significant and a tragic event, an important event of the national history. And this is a problem for us now, because we commemorate in these official places the First World War and the victory in the First World War on a fascist place. And this is particularly strong and evident in our case, because it was designed as a political monument. The monument is full of fascist symbols. The columns are giant fasces. There are many references to ancient Rome. The inscriptions present Italy as the holder of civilization and culture. And the monument had two different functions. One was external, because at the time Germany and Austria, but I think especially Germany, strongly criticized the fascist policies in South Tyrol. And the monument was meant to tell the world, and especially Germany, that the new border was permanent, was untouchable, and could not be challenged. At the same time, the monument had an internal function. It was meant to change the symbolic landscape of South Tyrol and to demonstrate, to show who held power on this border territory. In this sense, it became one of the most visible symbols of fascist rule in the region. Obviously, different communities therefore saw the monument in a very different ways. For most German-speaking and Latin-speaking South Tyroleans, it was a symbol of defeat in the war, of this forced assimilation policy by Italy, and was the symbol of the loss of the self-determination. It reminded them that fascism was trying to suppress their language and culture. The monument was built on the site where an Austrian war memorial had stood, which made its message even more stronger and explicit. For many Italians, especially those who arrived in South Tyrol during the fascist period or afterwards, the monument represented the Italian state and the victory and the victory of 1918. It became a crucial place where public ceremonies and national commemorations were held. And this not only during the fascist period. What is interesting is how the meaning of the monument changed over time. During fascism, it was obviously the most important symbol of the regime. After 1945, fascism disappeared, but the monument remained. Instead of losing its significance, it continued to play an important political role. National commemorations were held there, but also in 1945, the Britain and the American at the end of the war organized a commemoration with the passage of power to the Italian authorities were there on this monument because it was the monument, a war memorial, and it was really the symbol of the Italian presence and authority. For many Italians, it became a symbol of the Italian presence in this contested border region. And for many German speakers, it remained obviously a symbol of oppression and forced Italianization. For decades, it divided public opinion. Some demanded its removal, its destruction. Others defended it as a sacred symbol of national history, national unity, and the war. And so demonstrations, counter-demonstrations took place around it. And I would say that the situation changed after this historicization project opened in 2014. Today, the monument is still controversial, obviously, for some people, but much less than in the past. It is no longer the center of political confrontations, conflict that it once was. And I think that the goal of the historicization project was to explain the monument, to be aware about its historical meaning, provide historical context, and encourage a more critical understanding of it. And I think that this is the most important result, and I think in line with this new recommendation, the monument is still there, but it no longer has the same divisive power that it had for many decades, for many years.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about the decision-making that the Commission took on what to do about the monument? I mean, you came in with a problem, right? You had to deal with it. So what steps were taken, and who were the other members? I mean, were they representing national minorities, or were they representing different political parties, or who were they?
Okay. Yeah, the turning point came in 2011. At that moment, an agreement was reached between the Italian government and representatives of South Tyrol to address the issue of fascist monuments in Bolzano. And a commission of experts was appointed. This commission worked for about 2 years. They were historians, archivists, art historians, and heritage experts. And it is important, perhaps not so obvious, but it is important to say that the commission was not composed of politicians. And the members were selected because of their professional scientific expertise. And in my view, one of the strengths of the process was that the experts were able to work independently without direct political interference. And this made obviously easier to find solution based on historical research rather than on political interests. And important to underline is also that we did not discuss our work in public while the project was being developed. We presented, it's very different from the Bristol example. We presented the final result only at the end. And this result was a permanent exhibition inside the underground spaces of the monument, with two separate sections. One section explains the history of the monument itself, and another section explains the broader history of Bolzano and South Tyrol between 1918 and 1945. The project also included an artistic intervention in the crypt, in the underground space, quotations promoting democracy, critical thinking, and civil responsibility were projected over with a light, laser light projected over the original fascist messages about obey and fight for the regime. And finally, a visible intervention was added outside this LED ring around one of the columns, displaying simply the title of the exhibition in 3 languages. We wanted to work on 2 different levels. This was very important. The first level was historical contextualization, explanation, and that this is what visitors can find in the underground exhibition. The other level was symbolic communication. We felt it was important to that even someone simply walking past the monument could immediately understand that something had changed. The LED ring is a very small intervention, but symbolically it is very important. So historical explanation helps people understand the past, while the visual intervention immediately communicates that the monument is no longer being presented in the same way as before. The project opened in July 2014, and so the basic idea was simple, not destruction, but also not preservation without explanation, but with a strong historical contextualization.
Well, thank you for that. And you had other monuments in Bolzano as well. We have a case study on the Mussolini relief of the building, and where the Hannah Arendt words were, "No one has the right to obey," added in LED lighting. So I think those both are very creative ways. I'm wondering, recommendation 10 in the Siena guidelines, Siena recommendation says that there could be, recommends that when deciding on the fate of contested monuments, authorities should consider a range of remedies. Your commission added an additive and also built this documentation center. Were there other remedies considered at all? Did you have any other discussions about what could have been done with the other solution?
Sorry. Yes, different options were considered, but a preliminary remark is important because some attempts of contextualization had already been made in the past. And there were small explanatory panels placed near the monument, but they did not really change the situation. It wasn't enough because the monument is simply too large, too imposing, too visible, and is also very urbanistically very central in the city of Bolzano, and too symbolically powerful. And so a few signs next to it could not change the way people perceived it. So our starting point was that something more had to be done. And so the small explanatory panels were clearly not enough. But we also had some limits, because the monument is not just a political symbol. It is also an important work of architecture and an important historical monument with a lot of piece of art inside. And so we could not alter it in a radical way. Any intervention had to respect the monument and be fully reversible. And so the real challenge was how to preserve it while also addressing its fascist meaning and its divisive role in local society. This is why the solution combined different remedies. On the one hand, this extensive historical explanation in the underground, and then with documents, photographs, films, historical explanation, and on the other hand, this symbolic intervention on the monument itself. There was some controversy, especially about the lead ring. A few politicians from the Italian right claimed that it damaged a historic monument and filed a legal complaint, formal. But the intervention was designed precisely to avoid this risk, this problem. It does not damage the column, the monument, in any way. It is fully reversible and can be removed at any moment. So in the end, there were no legal consequences for us, and the intervention remained in place.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. And just one quick last question. How is that monument viewed today by the different groups in Bolzano? Do you feel it helped bring more understanding of the story of the other?
I think that today it is seen very different from how it was 20 or 30 years ago. Obviously, it remains as a historical proof, a historical reminder of fascism and forced Italianization. That memory has not disappeared, but it is obvious, it's right so. Many Italians maybe still see it as part of the history of the city and of Italy, and mostly a symbol, a war memorial, what it isn't, it wasn't, and it isn't so. But today there is much, I think, greater awareness of its fascist origin and political meaning. And the most important change is that the monument is no longer at the center of political conflict. Mm-hmm. Before this historicization project, demonstrations and counter-demonstrations were common there. The monument regularly created tension between political groups. Today, this happens much less often. Nationalist groups still occasionally try to use these issues to create conflict, but they are much less successful than before. I would say that I would not say that all tensions have disappeared, because obviously historical memories remain different. But I think that the project has helped to create a more balanced and less confrontational relationship with this difficult heritage. Intervention like this, I mean, are important, but they are not a magic solution for a general solution in divided societies like ours. National memories, national identities remain strong and different, and I think that tensions can remain beneath the surface, also in a peaceful situation like ours today, and can always re-emerge under certain political circumstances. But this is precisely why these interventions matter. They cannot solve every conflict, but they, I think, can give a little contribution for a bigger solution.
Yes, thank you very much. I think you might have some interesting conversations with Patrick Leach from Atrium that also looks at fascist monuments and buildings around Italy as well as elsewhere and compare notes. I think Bolzano stands as one of those examples where an intervention has had actually a very positive effect, even though the tensions remain, where in other cities are perhaps not quite as successful. But it'd be interesting to hear you two talk about it another time. But I'd like to turn now, we've talked about public space. Now I think we want to put a focus on the third section of the recommendations, which have to do with history education. And Lydia, thank you so much for coming, for being here. We wanted to ask you, let me just get to your questions, about students. Let's see. Sorry, I've just lost my space. The topic of history education, we have two practitioners. We have Lydia and Stephen. I'm sorry, there go my notes. Thank you. Lydia. So I have a number of questions for you, and the recommendation that we have for you says, recommendation 15, students should be encouraged to develop critical, historical, and inquisitive thinking skills to recognize stereotypes and to avoid binary concepts of identity, meaning us versus them, and exclusionary language. And now you as a teacher, as well as a teacher trainer, as well as the director of the Education for the 21st Century, you've had a lot of experience doing exactly that. And so I'd like to hear more about that. Can you give us a case study or example of how you deal with this topic in the classroom or in field trips outside of school?
Well, thank you very much. Of course, for years I have been art history teacher. And I thought for years that my task was actually to help students understand artistic movements at historical periods. And then something very good happened. I started to become civic education teacher, and that was a revelation for me. And I'm really grateful for being introduced to the civic and democratic education. And this has totally changed the way I think about teaching now. And it has totally changed the way I approach to teaching. So instead of giving students ready-made answers, as we are very much used to in the classroom, I started asking questions. And that is something that changes the atmosphere. That is inspiring. It motivates students to think about, to conceptualize things. And of course, when we talk about historical periods and the culture of a period, I tend to ask them one question, is who is missing from this historical period? And now it changes the atmosphere in the classroom, because they start to think and investigate and explore, and who didn't they notice in the culture. And well, talking about culture, and what I tell my students, we all learn about Gothic art and style. And for example, many of us are very familiar with the Gothic cathedrals, and we have seen a beautiful heritage here in Italy also. But if you ask students, do you know about any Gothic synagogue? Few would know the answer, and I think that many of us also don't know the answer to that question. So that is when things start to change, and that's when it starts to get interesting. So then they have to investigate where were the Jewish communities in the Middle Ages? Why don't we have the synagogues? They were, of course, in the Middle Ages. But of course, they were demolished, they were neglected, they were destroyed. And for example, I don't know if anybody knows, but there is one preserved Gothic synagogue in Prague, Old New Synagogue, for example. So that is when the conversation and discussion in the classroom moves beyond art and architecture and starts to get a conversation, a discussion about identity, whose heritage has been preserved and whose heritage is missing. And knowing that, students start to ask themselves, so what about our community? What happened to the heritage in our community? And for example, in the Balkans, we all experienced the Ottoman heritage and period, and vast Islamic community was present in the Balkans. And currently in Belgrade, there is one mosque preserved. According to the censuses, there were 50 to 60 mosques in Belgrade. In the 19th century, there were around 16 mosques preserved. At the end of the 19th century, only one. So they start to question, what do we choose to preserve? Whose heritage do we choose to preserve? So that is something for them very, very intriguing, and they try to investigate. And of course, you said about my on-site activities. My classroom doesn't have 4 walls. We go outside, and lots of my classes are actually in the public spaces. We go around the city, we visit, and we watch what is there, monuments, of course, buildings, religious buildings. And what I like to ask them is, who is represented? What messages are being conveyed? Who is missing from the public spaces? So those walks now turn to talks about identity, exclusion, inclusion, and of course, what do we choose to remember from the past?
Thank you. So exclusionary language is mentioned in that recommendation, and I wonder how significant do you feel that issue is in education today in Belgrade and other places that you know, particularly in the teaching of history or cultural heritage?
Language may seem like a really small detail, but it shapes the way we see things around us. And in the classrooms, we often hear the term our people, our culture, our history. And I would like to ask those teachers, who do you include in the term our? So one thing that I think is very important is to pay attention to other communities, other perspectives, and to include everyone, every minority that is living. And I tried really, when I was writing my textbook on art history in the world and in Serbia, I tend to really pay attention in every unit to the communities that have contributed and participated in making this heritage. So in that way, we can include everyone, and we can really pay attention to participants and contribution of all, and make the story really very balanced.
Yes, balance is the most important, isn't it? Yeah. So I'd like to ask a follow-up question on that one. In your experience as a teacher trainer, how can educators avoid reinforcing stereotypes and simplified narratives about, quote, the other? And which approaches of methods have proven effective to your mind? And what do you see as the main challenges?
What I like to tell teachers when we have these teaching seminars is that they should help students pay attention not only to the written sources and what they read, but also what they see. So we work with a lot of visual sources and media sources, photographs, artworks, monuments. We even work with media posts, with memes even. And it is important, we tend to think that the pictures reflect reality, but pictures also need to be re-examined because somebody chose what to take into an account on a picture. So these are valuable sources for teachers, and that is something we recently, this weekend, had a very good seminar in Belgrade, attended by the teachers from Kosovo, from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and from Serbia. And we will work on the topic that we were mentioning in our toolkit. You were talking about the Monumental Challenges toolkit. It is the building of the RTS. It's a highly sensitive topic in Belgrade. And it's a highly sensitive topic, bombing of Yugoslavia is a highly sensitive topic all around the Balkans, for Kosovo, for Bosnia, for Serbia. And what was surprising for me and encouraging is that discussion didn't become polarized. Instead, they engaged in discussions, they shared perspectives, but those perspectives were respected. We listened to each other. And people, when they feel that their perspective is respected, then they don't become opponents anymore. They become contributors. And that is something that I find very, very important. People usually think that, and Steven is here with Euroclio, people usually think that teachers don't want to involve in sensitive and controversial topics. But I have a different experience. They can, if they are provided with good materials, with good practices, strategies, then equipped with good materials, they feel confident to talk about this stuff. They might, let's say, be scared of what will happen in the classroom. But one thing also very important for teachers to know is that classroom is a safe place. If we can have a burst of emotion somewhere, that is the best place where they can express their emotions, because we facilitate them and we are in control. And it's very needed, it's essential that school becomes a place where we approach those kinds of sensitive questions.
Yeah, that's so important, isn't it? Yeah. And how do you deal with sensitive questions in the classroom? How do you do that?
I tackle a lot of sensitive questions. And recently we had, I know everybody knows about the very hot and relevant topic about Greenland. And of course, students were at my civic education class asking me, well, will we talk about Greenland and what is happening in Greenland? I was thinking a little bit about it. I said, okay. And luckily we have an example, excellent example in this toolkit about Hans Egede monument in Nuuk in Greenland. It's a statue of a Danish-Norwegian priest from the 17th century. And there were heated debate in Greenland about that monument. Should it be removed or should it stay? Should I stay or should I go? And of course, I didn't want to focus on the global issue, political issue, which is somehow artificial. Whose is Greenland? Is it Danish? Is it American? Is it Inuit? But I wanted to introduce something that I didn't know. The Inuit community, minority community of Greenland. So they had to write an article about should it be removed, the monument, but they had to write it from the perspective of the Inuit community, from the perspective of Danish government, from the perspective of American government, and all kinds of media articles, bias, clickbait news. And they started to understand how complex this question is. First of all, they found out about the Inuit community. They found out how difficult that question is. And then they started thinking about our, so to say, monuments in Belgrade, highly contested, similar to this Hans Egede monument. So that is something that I find very, very useful for teachers.
Wonderful, thank you. And I have a last question for you. In public discourse and education, minorities are often represented through religion, folklore, or narratives of trauma. To your mind, is it challenging? Is it difficult for educators to move beyond these simplified representations? And how can education or civil society contribute to more successful inclusion and dialogue?
Well, when minority communities appear in education, they appear either as folklore, story of discrimination and suffer, or religion communities. And of course, those stories matter. We need to learn about those stories. But if we expose students only to these kind of stories, then they lose lots of other activities and contribution from those communities. Inclusion doesn't mean always highlighting the differences. It means also highlighting their contribution and their participation to the culture, to the society, and to our shared history. So I think that it is very important to make this broader picture about contribution of minorities, and to really balance that somehow try to balance their contribution and their stories. Not only to listen about trauma, or only to listen about good stuff or bad stuff, but somehow to make it more balanced. And I think that this recommendation will help.
Well, that's very good to hear. Thank you so much. We're running out of time, so I want to go on, but there's much more to talk about, especially with the work of the education in the 21st century. But thank you so much for sharing that with us. Stephen, I'm just going to turn to you now. You also have a recommendation that we asked you about, which is recommendation 16. State and school policies should support an inclusive teaching environment and ensure that history curricula and classroom resource present multiple perspectives. Now, you've been at Euroclio, 20 years now? So congratulations on that. And especially these last years as executive director. And you've had a great deal of experience working on policy making for history education, including CEO Council of Europe, and helping with these OSCE recommendations. And your input on that was really, really vital. So looking back over your experience these many years, what to your mind are the main challenges in framing policies for history educators, and what has worked most successfully? Can you give us an example?
Okay, well, thank you very much. I hope, and thank you also for still being here. It's a hot debate, but the question about indeed the challenges for the policies. It's true. We are now talking with a lot more policymakers. There's actually interest from the European Commission, the Council of Europe, now also the OSCE, working specifically on history education. So thank you for that. I think the main challenge is a non-alignment on the purpose of education. So are we going to the same direction? So I think the great thing about working with the intergovernmental organizations is that usually in terms of values we are aligned. It's the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it's the European values that we have, conflict prevention, peace, the positive values. So if we have a government that doesn't want that, they don't want critical citizens, they don't want democracy, you're going in the wrong direction. So they're sort of the two, and we're always looking, who do we support? Sometimes we push civil society, sometimes we work together with the governments. But history education, we always say, is the most politicized subject. People have very strong opinions. Sometimes it's even in the news. And that can be used for good and for bad, the power of history. So we try to combat the use of history education for ideology and political gain, the misuse. And we work together with Antoine de Baats, who was also part of the advising here, with a network of concerned historians, because sometimes historians and history educators are being persecuted for doing their work as truth seekers. But then let me zoom in on the challenges where we assume we want to move in the same direction. We have a policymaker and they're aligned. We want to basically teach students how to think, not tell them what to think. Then there are some recurring challenges. There's curricular overload. Everybody, this is important, and at the same time, there's no time to actually do a deep dive, and you rush through all the content. Then it's measuring the wrong thing. So in the end, what is very key for teachers is, do students pass? Do they get their exams, their qualifications? And then, if you talk all about multi-perspectivity, in the end you ask for the correct answer, you undermine all your strategies. And then there is a lack of teacher education, opportunities for professional development. There's also intergenerational differences. Some people who have been accredited and of course did their education years and years ago. If there's no incentive for new or no possibility for new teacher education, that is a problem because society is changing. There are new technologies, there's new research. So that is a continuous, it's lifelong learning. And then sometimes there's lack of conceptual clarity. If you think critically, you'll agree with me. So you see the critical thinking. So what do we mean with that? What do we mean with multi-perspectivity? It's interesting that we also had the battle of interpretation that came after the Good Friday Agreement. So that is indeed. So the terms, the language is very important. And then, because I've been here now indeed for 20 years, you take the long view, the long-term view. There's also a lot of reinventing the wheel. So every time we go back and this curricular overload and you have similar discussions. So, but to think a bit more positively, I've also, with the long view, I've seen a move from knowledge-based to competence-based, from teacher-led to student-centered, and multi-perspectivity has become mainstream in the policies, so at least on paper. And I think there is also more like peer learning, especially through the cooperation with the intergovernmental organization. We are doing very much our best to have more teacher voice in, also through the research that Paula is, for example, doing, and to bring in youth voice. When I was the last time, and we had at the Council of Europe, we presented recommendations on the regional dimension of history teaching. Most feedback came from the youth delegates. And they all had a seat at the table, they had equal speaking time. I think that was really, really good.
We talked about multi-perspectivity, and you want to talk a little bit more about the challenges of how to educate teachers about how to deal with multi-perspectivity?
Yes, I mean, the good news is that there is, in the ambition, multi-perspectivity, at least in Europe, has been like mainstreamed. In some of the other OSCE member states, it's not a known context. In the US, for example, multi-perspectivity, what does it mean? But it has, yeah, I think especially after the teacher's guide of multi-perspectivity written by Bob Stradling, that was translated in a lot of local languages. It's in Georgian and Russian and Romanian, etc. And I think that made a major difference, the fact that it was translated and accessible. I've been in a conference in Istanbul with Bob Stradling, and then there were people, they said, wow, they came, they lined up for their signatures, and some people said, I did my PhD on a chapter in your book. So this was really, I think, in terms of, and this will resonate, of course, very much with your office, minority rights, to also have the policy recommendations and the toolkit available and localized in the languages. So now it became mainstream. There is this sort of confusion about what do we mean with multi-perspectivity. There's a lot of misunderstanding that it's sort of relativism, post-truth, that everything will go. No, it means that we can, even with the same evidence and using the same methods, we can still arrive at different conclusions. But we need to respect truth. We need to respect evidence. We need to have tolerations. There are some rules, professional rigor that historians have, that educators have. So it's not just anything goes, and it's not just opinions, it's interpretations. But there's a difference between interpretations and opinions. So I think there we also have to do some work about explaining the concept. And the big problem, as I said, assessment. Because you do want to, I mean, with maths it's easy, you have a correct answer. But if we acknowledge that different interpretations are possible, how do you assess? So that is a major complication where in the Netherlands, for example, there's a big debate every history education exam that you sort of, amongst the teachers, okay, what do we accept as a good answer? And I always say that history interpretation is, it's the best interpretation possible, the most plausible explanation in the light of the evidence currently available. But the field is shifting. There's new information sometimes with lawyers. Sometimes new evidence comes and you reopen a case. I think it's the same with history. Yeah, so I think multi-perspectivity is gaining momentum still, but we do need to work on the nuts and the bolts and the textbooks, etc. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. So in your experience, do you see a change on the part of policymaking in Europe on the topic of contested historical narratives, going to our subject of contested histories?
Yes. Yes, I do see it slowly, and I think I can, saying also resonates with me, that there are more people seeing contested history as an opportunity rather than a threat. There is also a big difference between the contested histories that are hot, where you say, that are hot, personal, to you, and are cold, where you don't have that association. So in your case, Greenland was cold. And then if you looked indeed at the radio building in Belgrade, that was hot. And this is a picture that we have at the office to also remind me that what we're talking about is about real people. You can see the emotions, right? And it's the emotion part, I think, that is the key. Because it's the part that makes it interesting, but also difficult. But in terms of science of learning, brain development, the things you remember, if you attach it to an emotion, you will remember it. If you don't, it's very easy to forget. So there is the science of learning now that is shifting towards experiences, recognizes the importance of emotions. But there is also the reality of the diverse classrooms. That was also the point of Lamberto Sagnier, who said, it's not only about national minorities, it is basically everybody who is different. And now we are hyper diverse. So if you want to make things more inclusive, you also have to have more voices. And I think if it goes well, you can see that the students really engage. So that is one point. And there's also more attention for teaching sensitive and controversial issues. It's a major point for the teacher educators and a priority for professional development. And I think because to do this well, you need to have confident teachers who know their students, We know who's in the classroom because it's hard to anticipate what is hot and what is cold. So I had that at a certain point. There was a colleague, Björn Vansink, is one of our trainers. And he had an example where he would always introduce like Lego. At first there was a tank from the First World War. Would you give this to your kid? And then and this is a tank from the Second World War with like Nazi figures. It's actually a real Lego. And then would you do that with Auschwitz? So that was something that he would always do. And I think it's sort of like, why the one and why not the other, to have these reflective questions. But then there was suddenly somebody in the audience who had his family members who died in Auschwitz, which of course totally changed the dynamics of the discussion. So I think he's also quite open for me to share it. Sorry, Björn, if I couldn't share it. It's live streamed. But it does show that you need to know your audience, and it's very hard to anticipate what resonates and what triggers things. So there needs to be attention for professional development. Then there's also my own take. Why I think it's, as you know, I've been a champion for contested histories. It's also a pattern in history, something that you see appear again and again and again. It was a hypothesis in the beginning when we had these discussions. Now I think it's a confirmed hypothesis. We have the proof. With now in 131 countries, it's happening everywhere. And because it's a pattern, you can also switch between the hot and the cold. So sometimes, and that is also the work that Beyond Conflict is doing, that you say you are going somewhere and you bring people who are owning the conflict and who have these strong attachments, and you take them to a completely other context, and then suddenly they start, hey, I recognize these dynamics. And then suddenly you think about your own history, and that makes it meaningful for also today. Because once you start to recognize the patterns, you can compare past and present, but you can also compare across context. And then you get this collective learning that makes us human, actually. So that's a new insight, which is perhaps is not yet mainstream, but I will advocate for it.
That's great. I'd like to ask you a question about work that was done many years ago at Euroclio, namely examining the war in the Balkans. And where is that today? You've put a lot of resources into it, a lot of work went into that. Can you maybe describe that project and tell us where it is?
Yeah, it's it went by different names as it goes with it started, I think, as History That Connects. Now it's mainly learning history that is not yet history. And it was also my own induction in the work, actually, because I went to Sarajevo in 2008. But I can tell the origin story about, also interesting to get an insight in how this like diplomacy works. It started actually with somebody from the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs who had a similar experience as the story that Lamberto Sanier was sharing. Because he said the way that people in the Balkans are learning history is a recipe for a new conflict. If you are learning history like this, and we talked about it earlier, Alan, with the two schools under one roof, where you literally hear one lesson, and if you go one floor up, you hear completely different interpretation. And then if history is so much part of your identity, of course, that clashes. So the Danish the Ministry of Foreign Affairs went to the Danish History Teachers Association, and they say, can you do anything about it? They said, okay, well, we don't know. So they went then, Benny Christensen went to Joke van der Leeuwen-Roord, was then the director of Euroclio, say, can we do it? And she said, I don't know. It depends on the locals. So we went there, went to Sarajevo. This was before me, so we, Euroclio. Always good to clarify who the we is in the story. And then they tried to engage and said, okay, well, would you be interested to explore and to learn about like methodology? And then, of course, Bosnia, we just heard it. It's such a diverse country. they said, okay, we will do it, but only if our sort of neighboring mother states are joining. So it needed to be an initiative with Serbia, Croatia, and Bosnia. So then in the beginning was a lot of trust building. The Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs came on board, and there was just years of focus on capacity building and changing this approach from a dominant narrative where you tell this is the true history to inquiry-based. And this was done. And at a certain point, they said, okay, let's also make educational materials. Joko always said, this is kind of the master proof. If you're able to make good materials that others can use, you solved issues with assessment, historical research, selection of questions, a selection of sources. And then they created a book that was called Ordinary People in an Extraordinary Country, dealing with the history of Yugoslavia. And this is also where my own personal story in the region comes, because I was in 2008 at the launch of that event. And they had a reflection and they said, okay, well, it's great that we've achieved that. They actually dealt with some of the controversial issues, the camps, for example, in Croatia. But they didn't really touch the most sensitive and controversial issues. So then afterwards, they went back with support of the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They worked on a publication on sensitive and controversial issues. And that took them 3 years, and it even cost some friendships when you talked about these more difficult, because these were people, they lost family members, some people had been under siege in the war, they've been part of the war, soldiers literally fighting against each other, and the cooperation started 10 years after the peace agreement. And after that, there was a big discussion, should we also address the real, most sensitive issues? And that was the Yugoslav wars and the wars of the 1990s. So now that has been finished, we postponed the launch for like 2 times because of sensitivities and hot debates. There was a hate campaign against our colleagues in Serbia. There was a big issue with like textbooks that were banned in Croatia, so it's still very sensitive. But now, in the end of October, beginning of November, it's going to be launched. The publication is ready. There's also a teacher's guide on how to then deal with the sensitive and controversial issues. What do you do when things get heated? There's a guide on how to deal with parents when they complain. Which is another dimension. So, and now we're looking for ways to also get support for the printing of the publication and doing the dissemination on a local level, really going to the schools. So, but that process, I now tell it, of course, very fast, but it took, it was since the early 2000s, so I think almost 25 years to get to that point.
Yeah, thank you. As Monica also mentioned earlier today, it takes time, right? So these processes do not happen overnight. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of trust building, and we also talked about that with Alan, to get people on board and to actually get a result. So thank you for sharing all that with us. I'm really running out of time. I'm sorry I let you guys go on too long, I think. But it was such an interesting conversation, and I want to just make a couple of small remarks at the end, and then I'd like to open it. I'd like to open it to questions if anyone has any. I think one of the things that comes to mind to me anyway is how important these recommendations are. I think having them actually in print, having them available, they really make you think and connect to, inclusivity in contested histories. That's one of the key words, multi-perspectivity, that keeps coming up. But also these legal principles. What happens when there's a contestation? What should the decision makers think about? And we didn't really talk about the principles, but I think most of you know about, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and how that fits together. So I would recommend that everyone take a really close look. I think that this is going to be a landmark document that's going to stand as one of the most important intergovernmental policy recommendations on this topic of contested histories. And I'm just so incredibly grateful for all the panelists to share that, but also very, very grateful to Ambassador Kemp, Ambassador Zanier, all of the team, Bob. I mean, it was incredible that we started this way back, and it's still, I mean, and now we're here. And to Yelena and Natasha and Eleonora and Tatiana, and for all of the support that everyone's given for all of this many times. I mean, there were many times when I thought, oh, this is never going to come to light. And, you know, it was kind of discouraging because it had been so much work, but I'm just incredibly grateful that it's here. So I want to thank you all for listening to this panel. And before we I hand it over to Ambassador Kemp again, I would just like to ask, is there a question or two that you'd like to ask our panelists? Please let it be a question and then a long intervention. Please, May. Go ahead. And if you'd like to direct it to a specific panelist, please let me know. And introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Ekaterina Glazova. I am from the Russian mission to the OSCE. At the outset, we would like to thank the High Commissioner and his team for the presentation of the Siena recommendation. We wish to acknowledge the substantial work carried out under the guidance of Ambassador Lamberto Zanier and Ambassador Christoph Kamp in preparing this important document. And we would like to add a few observations and put a question to the distinguished experts. Russia's position on matters of historical memory is well known. This concerns, first and foremost, the inadmissibility of falsifying the history of the Second World War, including Holocaust and genocide of the Soviet people. We proceed from the understanding that freedom of historical discussion can't be invoked to blur the assessment of the crimes committed by the Nazis and their accomplices. Their atrocities were condemned by the Nuremberg Tribunal. In this context, we share the view expressed by the distinguished High Commissioner Kamp that events judged by international courts and tribunals to constitute genocide or crimes against humanity must not be presented in any way that could facilitate their denial. We have heard today from all the experts a strong emphasis on inclusiveness, dialogue, and the need to take into account the voices of all. However, the question arises as to how they should be applied in situations where the authorities of a number of OSCE participating states deliberately deprive entire groups of their own population of their rights and impose criminal narratives that run counter to the decision of international tribunals. Nazi criminals and accomplices of Nazism are being elevated to the rank of national heroes. Streets and memorial sites and even military formation are named after them. Against this background, my question is, how within the framework of the Siena recommendations can we ensure that crimes already given a legal assessment by international courts and tribunals are not denied, distorted, or justified? Thank you.
Would anyone like to comment on that? Would any of the OSCE colleagues like to speak to that? No? Okay. Well, thank you for the intervention. I think it's something for people to think about. Oh, Stephen. Okay.
I mean, well, thank you first of all for your contribution and joining the debate. It's good to see that the recommendations are being welcomed. I cannot speak on behalf of the office, so I mean that's perhaps also like an important disclaimer. And if later somebody else wants to join, of course, fine. But I think it's important to make a clear differentiation between like facts and interpretation, because this is also how you have, like with the court. Of course, there are the established facts. We had a lot of work that we did as Euroclio, for example, with the archives from the International Criminal Tribunal of former Yugoslavia. And there it was very important to just find out first to establish the facts. And then afterwards, you start to have a discussion about like the interpretation, like who was, and I would really like, it sounds like a technicality, because facts and historical narratives, but the narratives of course are like, how do you put the facts in a certain order? What do you make as a claim and not? So I would say for also these difficult historical narratives and the almost memory wars that you have, that are now also there, that we need to find a space to also discuss those. I actually had, before the full-scale invasion, I happened to be even in Moscow, and there were a lot of initiatives where there were dialogues on history. During the Cold War, it was the historians who were still discussing amongst each other. So I think in that sense, it would be great if we can also learn from like the educators, the experience from Lydia here in the room, and say, okay, well, what do we then discuss? And when terms are being used, like fascists, for example, well, what do we mean with fascists? Because the fascists that's an important word in this conflict between like Ukraine and Russia. Is that that we see here? Is that the same word of, was that the meaning of Benito Mussolini, for example? Or is that a word of like a more common enemy? So I would like to see more debate and discussion about that, and it's good to also see that you're here in person, like representing the state of Belarus. But I do wonder where those spaces are to have a debate and discuss it, because I think there's really a lot of like confusion of terms here, and it's not that there's just the one truth and the one narrative. And let's separate indeed the facts, because I also know that there was a lot of, when we talk about the Second World War, for example, when the Soviet Union was an ally of like the West, the people who were fighting against like the Nazis, there had so many people who suffered and who died in that. Still, for like the freedom that we have in the Netherlands was also won because of the Soviets. And that is something that is, perhaps it doesn't fit the big narratives now, but it makes it messy, it makes it complex. And let's first have the facts. But the big discussion, that's probably what we're missing and why it's not now working. I'm also a social psychologist, and this I would be interested to hear also what the people who really brokered peace have to say about that. You first have to imagine a shared future. And then, if you are mediating, you first need to agree what is the common interest. And then, I think from that, you will find out all of those differences and talk about the grievances and so on. So I hope that these recommendations will give some guiding principles on how to have that debate, how to deal with these conflicting narratives, because it's sensitive. But not to just not to convince, but perhaps to listen. And I know that there is, and also to be very careful with words, because these are also very strong words, and you have the competition of suffering. So if people want, if you are recognized with a genocide, for example, that's sort of like the highest you can achieve. We need to get away from that, because otherwise it's a zero-sum game, and just to see the humans on the other side and have a conversation like that. And I hope this can help, and it's not that the OSCE or the High Commissioner can be a judge and sort of say, you are right and you are wrong. Just like a teacher cannot be a judge, but perhaps a facilitator. Somebody who can help and guide the dialogue. So this is perhaps not an answer, but at least a reaction. And thanks again for sharing. If you have a follow-up, happy to talk more also if somebody else wants to take the floor.
Thank you again. I wanted to ask one general question, which is probably unfair at this late stage in the game, but one word that's, I think, I haven't done an official search in the document, but I think one word that I didn't see very much is the word truth. So, and that strikes me at the end of this day, that we're not about looking for truth in historical investigation. So,
one of the legal principles does talk about the right to truth. So
True, for victims, yes. But in this general sense, if we're going to resolve contested histories, it's not about finding the correct history, the true history, wie es eigentlich gewesen ist, and all of that stuff. It's just left, and I'm struck by that for many reasons. One is I pity the historians, because they're the scientists of truth, aren't they? They're supposed to tell us what actually happened, but we're actually telling them, no, it's contested all the time, so you don't really have anything that you're going to contribute. I can say that, I'm a political scientist. But I think that the other thing that it strikes me is that the history changes also not only because we find new evidence, as you said very rightly, but also we as individuals change in time. And I'm coming back to what Tim said earlier, is that the problem with the statue in Bristol was in part the fact that you had Afro-Caribbean people moving to Bristol, and they saw that as a problem. Now, 50 years ago, they weren't there, so the statue wasn't a problem. But the whole review of the history comes with people moving and shifting, and populations changing, and perspectives changing. So that's not even new evidence, that's just societies themselves changing and recasting and re-examining history. So there is no truth, or perhaps there is truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a little follow-up to that. It's not that it's new evidence, and it's more that people become aware of what that meant when 50 years ago people from the Caribbean were brought to Bristol to live and work, and how that racism was then part of the society that wasn't there before. So the societies evolve for sure, but it's also understanding that this deeper understanding comes with knowledge about their history, about what it meant for those people, and not simply the white dominant supreme, dominant history. Anyway, thank you very, very much. Can you all join me in thanking this panel? I think they did a great job. And now I'd like to hand over the microphone to His Excellency, High Commissioner.
Well, thank you so much. I just want to say a few words, some general comments, and perhaps refer to some words which really stick with me. But let me first start to thank the speakers in the panels and the moderators. Francesco Palermo had a question about generosity. I think the panel speakers and the moderators were very generous in sharing their expertise, sharing their practical experience. This morning in the first panel, we talked a lot about space, how to keep it simple. We talked about very complex issues, how to enlarge the menu. I think it's very clear how relevant this issue is in the discussions, but also in the questions and the comments, and also how complex the issues are. When I think of space, we discussed it in the context of space in the discussions. Northern Ireland, and this is also very much how I see how to the best of my and the ability of my office, how to create space to do our work in an environment which is not so easy. I think the recommendations, I hope, will enlarge that space. It's a menu. It offers some practical thoughts for governments, practitioners, government officials, civil society, experts, parents, teachers, students. And through that, also strengthen and increase the level of trust in the conversations, because there is a framework of thought out there based on very extensive research and best practices worldwide, which the experts working on the recommendations have tried to distill in a number of recommendations. I will not aim to summarize the discussions at all. I wanted to mention the issue of space. I thought it was a very important one. I think the issue of time as well. We talked about examples of more than 100 years ago. We talked about Western Balkans, post-conflict, but there are also actual conflict situations, which makes this conversation even more difficult. And I think we have to acknowledge that things take time. And I think it was Monica who talked about the need for perseverance in this process. And I think that is absolutely key, and how difficult it is sometimes also for the personal consequences you yourself were confronted with, or your family, but also others who are part of this process. And I'm also very grateful to Ellen for talking about the examples of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the involvement of the parents. Because this was one of the comments in my speech this morning. I think one of the first issues I mentioned is to recognize the humanity of the issue and to address the suffering across the board. But of course, there has to be space to do that. Brings me also back to a comment of Monica about the one-pager, and I recognize very much the importance of it, because policy people need one-pagers to move forward. What we've tried to do with the recommendations is to provide a very broad menu, which I hope will lead to many one-pagers or many different issues. And as the contexts are very different, we may need different one-pagers for different issues. But your point is very well taken, and I think what we will try to do as an office is seek where possible, because the contexts, again, are so difficult, how to translate these in our follow-up work into digestible, let's say, practical policy proposals. But I think it's so important that we have the base there on paper, not only the guidelines or the recommendations, but also the explanatory note. I really much also liked the comment on the sufficiency of consensus. It's a concept I've never heard, but I think it's a very important one, and how to build that. In my travel, the issue of contested history often comes up, in particularly at the municipal level and the local level. And there's some very good practices of mayors who have a very pragmatic and common sense approach as to how to deal with a particular statute or a building to keep the community together. And that was also what I found very interesting. I think Tim spoke about race relations. It's not only an issue of the past, it's an issue of actually the present. And which brings me also back to the issue of post-conflict versus conflict. Post-conflict, complicated enough. Conflict, perhaps even more difficult. But I think, and this brings me also to the point of Lamberto, to what extent do we confine ourselves if we only work on national minorities? I think the issue of national minorities, it's very much in the mandate. But we really learn also, as we, I think, have tried to do also with these guidelines, on experiences from all sorts of communities. It feeds into our work, but I think our recommendations are very much applicable to many, many other participants in diverse societies. The facts and accuracy, very important. It's one of the things I, in my work, try to stress in my conversations, be it among participating states, diplomats, or officials, or politicians, when I travel around, the importance to at least try where we can to depoliticize issues. And with depoliticize, I do not mean to bring it out of the political realm, but to really focus on the facts and the accuracy. What is happening? What has happened? If a school is closed, why is it? Is it a political decision because there is an issue with the language, or is it a process of education reform and it's affecting the whole country? It's perhaps an issue of a lack of teachers. Is it a lack of students? We need to really look into the facts, what is at hand, so that we can look for the best possible solutions in the interest of the national minorities, but also the participating states. It's about balance here. I think I would like to leave it at that. I'm very grateful again that we had the opportunity to be in the hall for the University of Siena, and I'm very grateful again for the panel and the moderators for having guided us through some very interesting observations and some very interesting examples to give us a sense of how issues were dealt with in the past, but also how they continue to be complicated. We launched the guidelines today. I think it's the start of a process. It has been indeed a somewhat lengthy process, but now the proof will be, of the pudding will be in the eating. We will see how we can use them to the best of our ability and share them to the best of our ability to address very difficult issues on which I do not have an immediate answer now, as to the issue raised by the colleague from the Russian Federation. But we hope that these recommendations or guidelines will contribute to a discussion on these. A big word of thanks to my staff for having organized it. They're sitting in the back, Mission Control. Michelle, Natasha, Tatjana. A big applause for the panelists and the moderators one more time before we leave. And thank you, audience, for joining us, and I close the conference. Thank you very much.